Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside Racing Rachel.
What up, guys?
Track announcer John G. Dooley. Hello, guys.
It's Thursday.
Sunny skies here, temperature-wise. I mean, a little cooler, upper 60s, low 70s, but really
That is kind of fall feeling, isn't it?
beautiful day for racing here with 9 of them on tap. We'll close with a quarter horse dash, but excellent card, I think, from start to finish. We've got those 50-cent pick fives, low 11.99% takeout. We'll be, I know you'll be talking about the races on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports.
Yes, and I tweeted this out, but my 3-year-old today almost made me quit my job. He was being so sweet and cuddly. He was like, "Don't leave me, hug me forever, and quit your job." And I was like, "Well, I'm calling Eric. That's it." Yesterday was the last day. But then I explained to him that I couldn't buy him toys and candy, so he let me go. But it's a triple dipper for Rachel today. Thank God for Brian Aragoni. He's going to do the first half so I can do Fox, and then after he's done, then I jump on our signal, pepper in a little bit of FanDuel, and that is the recipe for success on Thursdays and this wonderful weather and wonderful races and a wonderful race caller.
I started with a pastrami on rye at the Shapiro's in downtown Indianapolis.
You did?
So full, ready
really
to go.
good?
Ready to see the forecast for today's racing program. Let's check in with Chris at WRTV6. Chris, how are things looking for our 9-race program here today to wrap up the race week, by the way?
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Some beautiful weather this afternoon expected. We're sticking with sunshine from now through the evening hours. Temperature readings will run a little bit cooler too. Most of us hovering in the mid to upper 60s. Pretty close to normal this time of year. Unfiltered sunshine in place as we head through the evening hours. Skies stay clear tonight before bigger weather makers back for the weekend, so enjoy this nice weather while it lasts. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, we appreciate that forecast as we see those sunny skies. Yeah, Rachel's ready to go to Shapiro's as we speak, but a little busy here during the afternoon hours. Yeah,
it pops up. Is it on? Oh my gosh! Dude, you guys, zoom in on that. This is what John had, a big old
Shapiro's. Even Don, it's a lot.
Is it a Reuben?
It's been around 100 years. I wanted just a pastrami on rye.
Oh, pastrami on rye.
A little pickle on the side there. What a way to start the day.
Good job, Aaron. That's a great way to start the day. Great weather to start the day. But wow, what about freaking Ramos with 5 wins in 2 days?
Joe Ramos, a triple-double. He had 3 wins on Tuesday's racing program. Added a couple more winners yesterday. 80 for the season. 17 in back of Fernando de la Cruz, who
17 is manageable.
97.
I think 17 is manageable with that's a lot of wins in a month, but I've seen that kid do some crazy stuff. So congratulations to him. We're going to take a look at his races, but also a double for Klopp, and that's both of his wins. Ramos's wins for Klopp, correct?
Klopp 54 to John Harron's 46.
Oh, yeah.
A little extra breathing room there for Randy Klopp as we go into the final weeks of the meet, of course, running through mid-November. So still some time to catch up to the leaders if you're talking about Joe Ramos and John Harron, but Randy Klopp and Fernando de la Cruz top the leaderboard going into today's racing program. We started off in yesterday's opener. I mean, Randy Klopp again, he won the opener on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So here's the first-time starter by calculator.
And he's in the first race today, ladies and gentlemen, so remember that stat.
It could be a grand slam of opening race wins for leading trainer Randy Klopp, but the son of calculator, it all added up for Joe Ramos' win.
Yeah, he looked really good in this race. I mean, handily, really. He didn't really get challenged and got to the lead and just did what he could to hang on at 11:40. And we have said this every day this week. These Klopp horses paying 11:40 for the top trainer is hilarious.
What have you been saying? Don't sleep on, what is it?
Don't sleep on Justice.
On Klopp?
On Klopp.
Yeah.
Or Justice Breads.
And here comes Sleepy,
Indiana.
by the way. We're just getting
so
to that.
he won the opener Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
And then we fast forward to this sprint. Don't sleep on Klopp. Sleepy is the horse. Texas Free at 6-5 was one of the Randy Klopp 2. Game effort by Slam Dunk Justice toward the inside there at 15-1. Looked to kick with Sleepy, who just gained the advantage coming past the 16th. Texas Free was the first to bail out after the duel. But Sleepy, another win for Joe Ramos. Made it 80 wins for him at the meet, and Randy Klopp up to 54 after Sleepy comes home on top. Another nice winner for the Randy Klopp stable.
Yeah, and then also a double for Marcelino Pedroza, and I can't leave my guy out. Race 3, Linzer, the 7.
Joe Sharp.
Joe Sharp. And I said when I was handicapping, Joe always says when he's here in person, he never wins, and he wasn't here. So even money, though. Hedwig, 5-2, didn't get it, but hanging on there on the inside in the grass.
Yeah, that was a game try. Hedwig in the
Yep.
black silks, but just couldn't reel Linzer in, who just seemed to keep on going through the gears and finding a bit more extra than Hedwig. Got the result. Foxtrot Anna was third, and Secret Chat closed into those splits to get into the frame. But it was up Linzer, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., of course, a 3-time champion, and right there in the hunt for third this season with 57. As then we moved on to Spoke. Now, trainer Jose Camejo, he's run 24 horses with us here this year, 9 wins overall. So he's doing quite well percentage-wise. Doesn't run a ton, but those that he runs have been firing. Here's Spoke earlier this week, battling Boitano for Kevin Stedman. Another winner for those combinations here at the track.
Yeah, very, very nice winner. And Tammy's notes, that's a nice segue. And from Camejo, just want to let you know, he's a hot trainer that kind of flying under the radar. Tammy put us together. This ships a few horses from Kentucky, but when he does take notice, he's won a race the past 2 days and 9 races overall from 24 starts. And the former jockey is originally from Venezuela and competed in Indiana. And we talked about him before and him being a jockey. So good to see that he's doing a great, having some horses come and he spots them really well.
Yeah.
I'm very, very excited to see what he does here in the end of the meet.
We sometimes see his horses. Jose has also been based down in New Orleans for winters past.
Yeah.
And again, our meet will wrap up here in the second
Everybody
week
follows
of
you.
November. At least a couple of jockeys and trainers do. But nobody will be joining me here on Monday, you included, as after today's racing program, no live racing. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor this weekend. But of course, the first floor OTB open for simulcast wagering. No live racing here at the track, though, but the first floor will be open for your simulcast wagering on the likes of, you've got the Keeneland Fall Meeting underway. Maybe you want to wager on Woodbine up north there. And also Saturday, Sunday, don't forget, Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7, sportsbook there, and also options like Brews Brothers. If you want to grab a burger and a brew, you can go there in Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino, open 24/7. But this Monday, no live racing. John, why? Why can't we have a Dooley's Legends on Monday? We understand. Heard, but then a week from this Monday we'll be back at it, but no live racing on Monday because we'll be a special day on Saturday for Champions Day.
Yeah, definitely a wonderful day for Champions Day. Cannot wait. We moved it up to 11 a.m. We have 2 handicapping contests, one for thoroughbred Jesus and one for quarter horse. We do have a cigar rolling station over. We have $1.7 million. We're setting records for the quarter horse stakes, so it's going to be 7 thoroughbreds. Don't quote me on this, but last time I talked to Eric, 7 thoroughbreds, 5 quarters. Probably a 13 race card. We have tons of fun, amazing races. This is kind of the combination, and I know a lot of our trainers kind of pick and choose and point to these big races, so it's really going to be a wonderful day. And
those quarter horse portion of Indiana Champions Day, you're talking purses, you mentioned about a quintet of them, right at the $1 million range. So the quarter horse program here in Indiana continues to grow and grow and grow. And certainly we've seen some of the top Indiana champions like in the past, thinking about Bucaro, and also this year, Kenny McPeak, of course, yesterday the announcement about champion Torpedo Anna being retired from her racing days and will go on to become a broodmare. Looking forward to seeing her progeny, the champion in the future. But the likes of Corningstone, trained by Kenny McPeak, now the all-time Indiana bred mare earner. So 6th annual Champions Day. Hope you can join us here. Yeah, we've got
wanted to show you guys.
Swag. We've got a cool Indiana Champions Day pen. That
Shout out to Breed Development
right,
and my girl Jessica Barnes. Like she sponsors this. She's a big sponsor of this event, just so that we can get this sweet swag. This year we've got long sleeve shirts. I have a vest. We haven't gotten that in yet. Really cool pins that actually have they are NFC pins. When you wave it over your phone, it brings up our website. And then this is mine, but I brought it from home because Tammy gave it to me. But we do have, this is like the Awala cups. I know if these are such a big thing right now, but these are way better than the Stanley Cups. So we got you Indiana champions. Thanks to Indiana Breed Development for sponsoring our swag. And we have big bog bags. That's for the people upstairs, but we are going to do some of this smaller stuff, giveaways in the winner's circle. So
is that a t-shirt toss too? Is that a t-shirt toss?
I'm sure Tammy will do a t-shirt toss giveaway.
Have to join us.
Whether we just hand it out, she'll tell me what to do on the schedule. So be sure to come. on October 25th.
Indiana Champions Day. Hope you can join us when we start talking about some of the top horses that have raced here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this year. The likes of Chicory Blaze comes to mind, having earned over $224,000. Chicory Blaze, thinking about Rob Dobbs Jr., Rodney Prescott, and Chicory Blaze have had success here this year. Also, Cupid's Runaway, when we talk about leading trainer Randy Klopp. Cupid's Runaway, 5-time winner here at the meet, and we still got those Indiana Champions Day races to run here on the 25th.
Yeah, so Tammy, you just mentioned it, but 18 horses have accumulated over $100,000. The most money earned, Chicory Blaze. The only horse to have 5 wins on the year is Cupid's Runaway, and if he maintains that spot, he'll have back-to-back titles as Thoroughbred Horse of the Year. So very excited to see who wins that final title. That's one that just is very easy to determine.
Well,
one of the titles.
And Q's Top Notch, a very promising juvenile horse here in the Hoosier State, keeping our eyes on that horse, who's 3 for 3 here this season under jockey Marcelino Pedroza Jr. As I mentioned, Marcelino, a 3-time champion here, starts the day with 57 wins here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. Talking about the final week of the season here, Monday, November 10th on Veterans Day. Hope you can join us here on Tuesday, November 11th. That'll be the third from last day of the season. We'll have that Wednesday, the 12th card, and the curtain will come down on the 2025 Thoroughbred and Quarter Horse meet here the next day on that Thursday of closing week. But it's Veterans Day, of course, 365 days a year. We salute all of our veterans. Thank you for your service to our nation. But a very special card coming up here on that day, also to benefit our veterans here in the state of Indiana, and a special $2,500 Veterans Day Legends Handicapping Contest courtesy of the Indiana HBPA.
Yes, please join us. We're also going to have a Pick 5 challenge, and we did finalize our list of participants here. Long before I read the list of our handicappers that are going to help us with the Pick 5 challenge, we also are going to be auctioning off a lawn jockey that was painted by our very own Christine Hallstrom. It's a red, white, and blue. It's awesome. We will be auctioning that off on social media and here on site, so I will pin the tweet to make your bids to the top of my profile on this day. Thanks to Brian Aragoni, Steve Bick. He's such a good guy, that Steve Bick. Matt Carruthers, Dan Cronin, Scott Ehlers, Nick Hines, me, Gene McLean, my #1 fan, Jimmy Mack, Jenna Otten, aka Baby Shark, Louis Rabeau,
Tony Stabile,
my man, and Tony Stabile.
Yo,
that's my baby right there.
On right.
Ellis Starr, Andy Biancone, and Dan.
That's a great line. Anonymous
Dan. So yeah, got some of my favorites on here.
Excellent.
Super excited. Sarge, hoorah, he always helps with this
Hoorah.
one. And yeah, we're happy that Ellis Starr, he emailed us that he's feeling a lot better.
Oh,
and he's gonna and he's gonna participate. I was so excited when he emailed and said he was feeling fine. So definitely looking forward to getting him back in the groove. And that's November 11th. It's a Tuesday.
Yeah, because we missed Ellis for the Grayson Grass Challenge this year.
Yes, love Ellis.
Terrific handicapper there. And thinking of you and being able to join us here for the big card coming up on the 25th all season long, thanks to our big sponsors of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2025, Woodford Reserve. Also talking about, how about that Jack Daniels Blackberry on the big day, too.
If anybody's
Champions
here,
Day.
Moni's going to come
Champions
over.
Day.
Yeah, Way Moni, I call her Moni, but she's coming over. And she is going to help me with a very fancy drink that we're going to offer. I'm very excited, but it is going to be Jack Blackberry, and we're going to have samples in the room downstairs on family side, the Tequila Aradora suite, and all of the winners from the stakes are going to get a complimentary drink and cheers and picture as well. So we try to make it as fancy as possible.
Thanks to Breed Development, also our Winner's Circle sponsor. Looking forward to seeing all those champions crowned here on the 25th with all those activities right there in that Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. The Tote Board and Starting Gate sponsor, they are B&H Electric. They've got locations not only here in town, but also Seymour and Bloomington. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. And Indiana's Giant Hubler. They know Racing Rachel very well. Just drop Rachel's name. You maybe get a discount there on items, or maybe off the sticker price.
I guess you will.
Locations in Shelbyville and Franklin. They're at drivehubler.com. Isn't that on your license plate, drivehubler.com?
Yes, it is. Yep. And it's going to be on there as they continue to be a sponsor, because I hate those things, but I'm going to keep it just for Devin.
You can reach out to us on the web. Did you hear that, Devin? You can talking about pastrami on rye and the horse racing here at the track and America's Day at the Races. I've got it all covered with a schmear at John
A
G.
slew.
Dooley. Racing Rachel's on X, as the tens and thousands of you already know, at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen standing by to talk about. We had Martha on a couple of times yesterday talking about those quarter horse maiden juvenile dashes during the 6 o'clock hour. Finale today slated at 6:16. That's a quarter horse maiden over the 400 yards scratch from the 9th race, the 1, 5, and the 6. Only a field of 5 for Martha to handicap there in the finale, but we know Martha will zero in for all of you on the winner. Brian Aragoni standing by to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5, and you can reach out to Brian on social media, specifically X at Mr. B Analyst. Track-wise, we've got you covered, especially in the run-up to the big 6th annual Indiana Champions Day, whether it's about the participants or all the swag or all the activities. Certainly you want to follow us on social media. There we are, not only on X, but on Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for content there at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. You know, we have that live feed going, so maybe it's Champions Day, maybe there's a threat of rain. You want to tune in, see what the track looks like. It's right there live.
Yep, I check it every morning. I love staring at the track and knowing what we're going to deal with because it makes my job handicapping a little easier.
A little easier. Half hour away from the first of the day as we get to handicapping today's card. A lot going on. 9 races, sunny skies. We had Chris from the RTV6 join us with the forecast that we saw, kind of the upper 60s. Maybe we get into the low 70s, but certainly a beautiful day. And we're on America's Day at the Races. You'll be on Fox Sports. We're on FanDuel. We've got coverage. We handle $3.1 million, and we're wrapping up a 4-day stretch. No live racing for the next 4 days. So looking forward to calling races today and to seeing you on the air on Fox Sports 2. Stay tuned. Quick commercial break here on this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. When the program returns, we'll be back, I guess, with the B block.
Yes, we will. The B block of the show.
We're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Jack Daniel starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
Thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Welcome back to the segment commonly known as the B Block. The A team gets ready for our opener now, just about a half hour away on a Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, enjoying some fall-like weather. Still a month of racing, almost a month to the day of racing here, and we are still on a fast-main track and a firm turf course. We've been able to hold off those rain showers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll be on that turf. Races 4, 6, and 8 today. The early pick 5 somewhat decimated by some scratches. Looks like there's going to be some heavily backed favorites. Now that means one of two things. Either it's going to chalk out, potentially pay very low, or everyone's going to pile on to those favorites, and some upsets can occur, and all of a sudden you can get paid very generously. We had some big payouts yesterday in those pick 5s, and it didn't take much. All you had to do is upset a couple of favorites. We had a 2-5 go down, in fact, missed the board yesterday in our second race. We're going to have some heavily backed favorites in this first portion of the card. But that late fire 5 that kicks off in race number 4, that's a doozy. I mean, that late fire 5 and that Itoba pick 4, I'm expecting some generous payouts, some wide open races to end our our racing week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But let's take a look at this opener. 3-year-old fillies, 3 years old and upwards, fillies bred in the state of Indiana, maiden special weight, 5.5 furlongs, no scratches, no changes in here. And I'm going to single right off the rip. This is a horse who turned over a new leaf last time out with Jordan's Deal for 514 Racing, Tim Eggleston, Mitch Merle. They ran 1-2 yesterday in a race, and they looked to pick up right where they left off. Jordan's Deal ran a huge race last time out, and I was ready to wave the white flag and put this horse in the do not use category, but showed the ability to come from off the pace. The instructions were clear each and every start originally. Let's use her tactical gate speed, go to the lead, and she didn't show much fight. In fact, she looked like the Tin Man in most final 16ths of a mile. But last race, she had every excuse in the book, all of them. She acted up in the gate. She hopped in the air at the start. She was just truly misbehaving in the gate, and she went off at 6-5, and she lost all chance when she hopped at the air going 5 furlongs. However, despite being a mile behind early, she had a huge effort to finish second, galloped out much best, and seemingly now I think Mitch Merle, who had previously been using her tactical gate speed, he can sit off. She's willing to rate. She's willing to sit off of horses. They're drawn to the outside. They don't necessarily need the lead. I think there's a ton of upside today with Jordan's Deal. The problem is she's 3-5 on the board. She looks like the horse to beat, but she's been the horse to beat in the past, and she is 0-for-7 with 5 second and third place finishes. So I'm being fooled by that September 25th race, and I'm okay with that. She does go back up to the maiden special weight level. That was also at the maiden claiming level. It might be fool's gold, but it's fool's gold that I'm buying into in here. We'll see if Jordan's Deal can get that elusive first victory after a big effort just a couple of weeks ago. Race number 2 looks like a 2-horse race in here. Arisu is going to be your second choice. Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos. You've heard a lot of talk about that jockey-trainer combination. I think they've got 5, if not 6 wins already on this week. Teaming up together. Klopp's been hot, holding off John Herron. But Night Kiss for Tommy Medina. This horse is a mare that's really turned into a freaky sort, and I think she could take on open company elsewhere. Not only isolated here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She's not state bred, so when I say open company, it just means she can take her talents and services elsewhere. I'd be curious to see how she does or what her price is this winter at Turfway Park, if that's where they so choose. But she's a perfect 6-for-6 in the exacta here. She's banked $70,000, and she showed her talents last year as well. I mean, she banked $100,000 last year, so she's done very well, and she's been consistent as they come. And with mares or with women in general, they're not always the most consistent sort. Sometimes you get the good, sometimes you get the bad, but she's been more consistent than most, and she runs a race every time. She broke fine last time out. She kind of lingered near the back of the pack, which was somewhat surprising, especially at 1-9. But Alberto Burgos knew exactly what he had. He swung widest of all, and he ultimately won with ease. He does have to take on Arisu, and Arisu is going out for hot connections and has a ton of early speed. That horse isn't going to quit. Going to make her earn it today, but I'm going to single again. Back-to-back singles for a chalky daily double kickoff. Race number 3, maiden special weight event. Scratch numbers 5 and 6 out of this event. 5 and 6, 1, 2, and 4 for yours truly in this spot. I think I'm a little thirsty. Could be a win bet candidate, but I am going to go 3 deep in here because of the 2 singles. But I'm a little thirsty. 7-2 could be your second, if not third choice in here. Missed the break by 5, was closing in from the back of the pack, and ultimately just could not get up. Ran out of real estate. It was a solid debut in my opinion. I think there's plenty of upside. Actually debuted without Lasix. Gets Lasix today as well for Mass Thoroughbreds. That's the horse that I'm keying in on the most and potential win candidate for me. Blazing Eyes is the one to catch the cash. In a race like this, small field, this horse went off at 60-1. Going to be a little tough to stomach, somewhere around 7-2 in here, but is the speed of the speed. And then Turbo Lady. This horse watched a good one. Grabbed the popcorn. Joe Ramos sat back, watched Jane Plain and Blazing Eyes battle all the way around the racetrack and just could never get going. I mean, ultimately ended up losing by a half length, but had 0 excuses. The problem is Randy Klopp and Joe Ramos are just winning at an unbelievable rate this week, and you bet against them at your own peril. I don't think Turbo Lady is the most talented sort. She's kind of a smallish filly. In my opinion, she could develop, but right now I'm just not all that impressed. Frankly, hoping the money piles in. Connections, always cheering for them. They win a ton of races, but I just don't think Turbo Lady is ultimately that good 1, 2, and 4 in race number 3. Race number 4 is where the fun begins. We step on the turf course, kicks off the late fire 5, the $1 horseshoe hat trick, and scratch numbers 3 and 8. 5 furlongs going to be the distance. You've got some first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience. Now, everyone knows that I lean into horses with experience over first-time starters. Yesterday, that was a bad thing to do. If you leaned into horses with experience, you got your butt kicked, and I was right there with you. Thankful that it's almost Friday for payday because we got to refill that bank account. Hopefully, we can bounce back with this late fire 5 or the horseshoe hat trick in here. But again, I'm going to kind of mix it up a little bit. I'm going to use the first-time starter that I like the most, a 2-year-old colt by Rushy, homebred for JDT Racing, a Florida-bred Mike Maker, Fernando de la Cruz. Leave them off at your own peril. This horse has been training consistently on the synthetic. And then the horse with experience that I like the most is Lady Blast, Jose Camayo. Mitch Murrow. Camayo got another win yesterday. This horse goes from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Ran a good third-place finish. Kind of ran evenly all the way around the racetrack. Mitch was aboard. He'll be aboard again today. This race could be chaos. I'm going to try and key in on 2 because I think you need to go deep significantly later on in the card. Hopefully we can get through these 2. But firsters have done very well, even at the maiden claiming ranks. If you've been betting firsters at the maiden claiming ranks and you are fearless in betting on a horse that debuts late in October at the claiming ranks, you've been doing very well. You've been rewarded. Yesterday, Joe Ramos and Randy Klopp 9-2. Tavares Douglas, I believe, was 8-1. Found the lead, found a couple of heartless groups, and just continued on their way. And you got paid backing those first-time starters. Race number 5, claiming 20,000 non-winners of 2, scratch number 6, Mart's Creek Music. 5.5 furlongs, 7 of them will battle it out. This race is wide open. Hard to feel overly confident in anybody. Luna Diva is a horse I have some notes on. This horse kind of outbroke, was outbroke on September 24th, which is unusual for Luna Diva. Was under a good hold for Rodney Prescott. They took back in between horses midway through the turn. They lost a lot of momentum. They did stand evenly in the lane, but overall, it wasn't a disastrous trip. There's nothing that if you watch this replay is going to bounce out and be like, yep, right there, I see it. It just wasn't a comfortable trip. Was never in a great position. She doesn't need all that many excuses to not win. She is 1 for 18, but she had a sneaky amount of trouble last time out. Focacia, 1 for 13 as well. This horse had it all her own way last time out, but just was never going to get up against Peter's Dream. There's some others with upside in here. Jane Plain, I like how lightly raced. This 4-year-old filly by Santivas, Tracy Wisner, owns and trains and gets Joe Ramos in the saddle. Got the nose win last time out and now comes back against winners for the first time. There's also the 5. You've got Queen's Desire, 10-1 morning line. Israel Garcia took on winners for the first time last time out. Winners for the first time is always a tall task. Did go from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Don't always love that, but didn't really run a step. Before that, the final time was pretty good on September 3rd. I think this horse deserves a look, is a consistent sort, can be tactical in nature, and Gutierrez has been sneaky good all season long. Israel owns and trains. And then Indiana Smoke Show, Randy Klopp, Luis Contreras in here. This horse was in the 2-path last time out, was the first one to be asked for the best run, did stay on evenly. But ultimately, as you can tell, I just don't love this race. None of them really stick out. I think they're all very even in here, non-winners of 2 at this level. It looks to be a wide-open race, and maybe the horse with the best trip versus the best horse in here gets the job done. We are going to spread it out in the 5th race, and we're able to do so because we're kicking off the card with back-to-back first-time starters. Jordan's Deal right in the Night Kiss. Play the straight double if you want. It will be chalky, but if it's not, you're going to get paid. You're going to do so generously. We saw yesterday, all it takes is a couple of upsets, and all of a sudden, that pick 5 goes from paying hundreds to thousands. Our exactas and trifectas have been paying great all season long as well. We are thankful you're here on a Thursday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Another beautiful day on a fast main track and a firm turf course with an awesome late fire 5 sequence. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today on a beautiful one. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded under sunny skies, upper 60s on a delightful day. Main track fast. Turf course rated firm out there on that Caesars course. Turf rail remains set at 24 feet here as we wrap up our racing week. 9 races on tap if you have your programs close by. Okay, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening maiden filly sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. No changes at the top of the card. All 7 run, no changes in the first. On to race 2 we go. And here in this distaff sprint, it starts the $1 early pick 4. Scratch number 4, Frango Electrico. Number 4, Frango Electrico has been scratched. Number 6, Calm Set. A change of jockey to the meat leader, Fernando de la Cruz. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122 pounds, the corrected weight. Fernando de la Cruz tops the leaderboard on 97 wins here this season. Will ride number 6, Calm Set, in the second race sprint. Turning to the third, and here in the maiden sprint, scratch number 5, You're Cool, and take out the 6, Cover Art. Scratch the 5 and the number 6. There'll be no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Win place, exacta, double pick 3. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Take out the 5 and the number 6. A jockey change for number 3, That's My Daughter, will debut with Fernando de la Cruz. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122 corrected weight. Fernando de la Cruz on 3, That's My Daughter. In the fourth race, start here the 50-cent late pick 5. First leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Maiden juvenile turf sprint. Scratch number 3, Trust the Word, and the 8, Brookline. Scratch the 3 and the number 8. Number 1, Instant Classic. A change of jockey to Joe Ramos. Starts the card with 80 wins here this season. Joe Ramos rides 1, Instant Classic, in the fourth. On to the fifth race we go. Here mid-card, starts to the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Scratch number 6, Mart's Creek Music. Number 6, Mart's Creek Music has been scratched. Number 4, Jane Plain, a jockey change to Joe Ramos. Joseph Romero is off his mounts. Joe Ramos rides for Jane Plain. Wave the bug. Corrected weight now will be at 125. In the sixth race, maiden distaff turf mile. The scratches are also eligibles. Take out 13, Kaylee's Kitten, and 14, Maywood Honor. Scratch the also eligibles. A couple of jockey changes. Number 9, Acousticat, will be ridden by Oscar Villarreal. Oscar Villarreal on 9, Acousticat. Number 12, Lavish Justice. A change of jockey here to André Zaloa. Waive the apprentice allowance, 119 corrected weight. André Zaloa rides the 12. Lavish Justice ownership correction. For Lavish Justice, the ownership should read Good Guys Racing Stable, LLC, Lily Gonzalez, the principal. Scratch 13 and 14. Seventh race, maiden juvenile mile. Scratch number 4, Dottie's Blue Money. Number 4, Dottie's Blue Money has been scratched from the maiden mile. A couple of jockey changes. 3, Coyote Justice will be ridden by Joe Ramos. Once again, we waive the apprentice allowance. 120 corrected weight. Joe Ramos on 3, Coyote Justice. Number 7, El Aracadas. Make the rider Jan Hernandez. Jan Hernandez on the 7, El Aracadas. Race 8 starts at a late double. Last leg of the horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Here scratch the also eligibles. 13, Lear. 14, Dial Him Up. Take out the 15, Stradivarian. And scratch 16, Stride. Scratch the also eligibles, 13 through the number 16. Number 2, My Brother Keith. A jockey change for the 2-time winner to Mitchell Marole. Has 45 wins here this season. Waive the apprentice allowance. 122 corrected weight. Mitchell Marole on to My Brother Keith. Number 4, Brown Liquor Man. A change of jockey for this 3-time winner will now be ridden by Jan Hernandez. Jan Hernandez on 4, Brown Liquor Man. Number 5, Day Tripper. The jockey will be Oscar Villarreal on 5-day tripper. He's a 5-time winner and will be ridden by Oscar Villarreal today. And in the 9th, 6:16 finale, a quarter horse maiden over the 400 yards. Scratch number 1, Bougie Carver, 5, Cavalry's Comin', and the 6, the Magic Dragon Lady. With those scratches, no superfecta and no 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta wager featured on the finale. Scratch the 1, 5, and 6. Number 2, Dr. Crosby, will debut with Jamarius O'Neal. Jamarius O'Neal rides number 2, Dr. Crosby, with his first call. Sunny Skies, upper 60s. Horses in the walking ring for the maiden filly sprint to start the 50-cent early pick 5 featured. Main track fast, turf course firm, out there on that Caesars course. Turf rail set at 24 feet. We'll have the opener due off in 9 minutes' time. Under sunny skies, make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge, Brandy Bell, with the call for Riders Up. The horses call postward for the first race. Maiden filly sprint at the top of the card at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. No changes here to start the 9-race program. Under sunny skies, main track fast, turf course firm. Turf rail set out there on the Caesars course at 24 feet, fast and firm. Here all 7 run. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Maiden filly sprint to start the first rolling double. Pick 3 in the 50-cent early. Pick 5 starts here. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Made in Philly sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Fast and firm. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with a long winter's nap. Maximum Spirit. Joe Ramos with a 6 for 16 mark this week. Maximum Spirit has joined a long winter's nap. Hannah Leahy with Seashell Sally Cells. Evan Roman, Yo to Win loaded. Now rumors are flying. Coming up, rumors are flying. Alberto Burgos with 57 wins at the meet. Designer Tag leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 97 wins here this season. Jordan Steele 1-2, the first favorite. Hello to all on America's Day at the Races. One more. Mitch Marlin 7-time started Jordan Steele. Loads 1-2, the first favorite. Sunny, fast and firm for today's card. They're in the gate. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. A long winter snap. Out to a lightning quick start there for Rodney Prescott. A long winter snap gets the jump on them. And a long odds leader for the run to the half-mile pole as Yo to Win pursues. Designer Tag in the maroon cap. Jordan's Deal, after breaking a beat slow, fourth on the far outside, and looking to improve her position for Mitchell Murrell. Rumors are flying toward the inside with Seashell Sally Cells in tight quarters, and Maximum Spirit trails here in the Thursday opener. They round the far turn. The leader at 15-1, a long winter snap. Took them through a quarter in 22.68 seconds. A move on the outside now by Yo to Win. Yo to Win up to a long winter snap on the edge of the quarter pole. Rumors are flying toward the inside. Jordan's Deal is wide with Designer Tag, Seashell Sally Cells, and Maximum Spirit on the far outside. These maiden fillies into the stretch. As they come down toward the final furlong, it's Yo to Win now for Evan Roman, and Yo to Win asserts, and she has the kick, coming clear from a long winter snap. Then rumors are flying, Jordan's Deal and Designer Tag, they're close to home, and it's Yo to Win. In her 12th run, Yo to Win was second to none, takes it out by 7 from a long winter snap. Rumors are flying third, Designer Tag finished fourth. .105.34 seconds after the maiden filly sprint. 105.34, 2-1-3-6-2. Yo to Win at 12-1 first. Number 1, a long winter snap at 15-1 on the runner-up. Number 3, Rumors Are Flying at 8-1 third. And 6, Designer Tag was fourth. 2, 1, 3, 6. Jordan's Deal was back in fifth ahead of Maximum Spirit and Seashell Sally Cells. Yo to win. Evan Roman for Rogelio Rabra. This is her 12th career start at 12-1. Yo to win. The result of the first race is official. Second race ahead in 32 minutes time. Race 1 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 2, Yo to Win with Evan Roman. Yo to Win is a 3-year-old dark mare brown filly by Yorktown. Out of the well-positioned mare, Positioned to Win, owned and trained by Rogelio Labra. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Yo to Win out to the maiden fillies ranks today. First results in. 2-1 Exacta, paid $316.60. 50-cent trifecta, 213, $336.50. Designer Tag was fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 2136, paid $544.42. And the first of the day, favorite, fifth. All 7 ran, 105.34. Second race sprint, take out the 4, Franjo Electrico. Number 4, Franjo Electrico has been scratched. 6, comp set, a jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. Joseph Romero off his mounts. Fernando de la Cruz, ride 6, comp set, waive the apprentice allowance, 122 pounds, corrected weight. Race 2, the distaff sprint, features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and starts with a $1 early pick 4 if you're just joining. Main track fast under sunny skies, and the turf course rated firm. Turf rail set on the Caesars course this week at 24 feet. Post time will be at 2:50. Taking a moment to wish Sherry Miller a very happy birthday from all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Always great to have Sherry with us here, part of the team. Happy birthday, Sherry Moore. Wishing her a happy birthday to Sherry. And if you're a Miller, happy birthday to you too. 30 minutes away from race 2. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the Maiden Filly Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Yo to Win. And happy birthday, Sherry Moore. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. A long winter snap. Out to a lightning quick start there for Rodney Prescott. A long winter snap gets the jump on them. At a long odds leader for the run to the half-mile pole as Yo to Win pursues. Designer Tag in the maroon cap. Jordan's Deal, after breaking a beat slow, fourth on the far outside, and looking to improve her position for Mitchell Murrell. Rumors are flying toward the inside with Seashell Sally Cells in tight quarters, and Maximum Spirit trails here in the Thursday opener. They round the far turn. The leader at 15-1, a long winter snap. Took them through a quarter in 22.68 seconds. A move on the outside now by Yo to Win. Yo to Win up to a long winter snap on the edge of the quarter pole. Rumors are flying toward the inside. Jordan's Deal is wide with Designer Tag, Seashell, Sally Cells, and Maximum Spirit on the front outside. These maiden fillies into the stretch. As they come down toward the final furlong, it's Yo to Win now for Evan Roman, and Yo to Win asserts, and she has the kick coming clear from a long winter snap. Then Rumors Are Flying, Jordan Steele, and Designer Tag. They're close to home, and it's Yo to win. In her 12th run, Yo to win was second to none. Takes it out by 7 from a long winter snap. Rumors Are Flying third.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11, 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport, for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them, and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced, went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Sheneveli. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
Daniel starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing. Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we're 11 minutes away from race number 2. A 1-5 shot goes up in flames, and with that, some big show payouts as well. Someone dropped some money in that show pool, and Jordan's Deal did not respond in kind for the second time in a row, hopped at the start, and never involved going back up in class. And it looks like we're going to have another heavily backed favorite in here, 1-2 on your outside runner. Scratch number 4, Frango Electrico. 6 furlongs the distance. Now, this 1-5 shot looks a little bit different than Jordan's Deal. Jordan's Deal is a maiden going from maiden claiming up to maiden special weight. Night Kiss is an 11-time winner looking to push earnings over $250,000 today. This 5-year-old mare has won 9 races in the last 2 years. She's won 50% of her starts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And while she may have been bred in Kentucky, she's certainly made Indiana her home stomping ground. She went off at 1-9 last time out. Alberto Burgos knew exactly what he had underneath him. He allowed this one to linger near the back of the pack. When he asked her for run, she responded in kind. She doesn't necessarily need to be a deep one-run closer. She's had the ability to sit tactically close, and I think she's going to want to stay fairly close to Arisu in here. Night Kiss, strictly the horse to beat, but is it the horse to bet? That's for you to decide. We saw a $27 payout because of a 1-5 missing the board in our opener. Will it happen again? I'm not sure. I do believe in Night Kiss more than I did in Jordan's Deal. Burgos is going to be calling the shots for Tommy Medina. Jockey trainer combination winning at 20%. We'll see if the talented Night Kiss can kiss this group goodbye in here. But they're going to have to chase down Arisu and a red-hot jockey trainer combination. Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos, they've won multiple races this week. In fact, they've hardly been beaten. They've done it with all sorts of horses, fillies, mares, colts, geldings, first-time starters. They've just all been responding for Randy Klopp this week. 3 wins from 11 starts. Arisu is the one to catch to cash, and this is the horse that looks to be the speed of the speed. You're getting 9-2 on the board. Went off at 4-1 against Night Kiss last time out. Showed speed, was pressed, went way too quick, sub 45 that day. Even though your 1-9 winner came from off the pace, the race did set up very nicely for Night Kiss. Your second place runner outrageously did come back to win as well, and Arisu had a sneaky amount of trouble. They were in between horses throughout, just kind of in an uncomfortable position and could never get the job done. They couldn't see it out that day. However, she's won 3 races this year, and when she's on her A game, she can certainly put up a big number. She made it look easy back on May 20th in the slop. She could do so again, and you need to bet against Joe Ramos and Randy Klopp at your own peril this week. They've been unbelievably hot, 5-1 as the horse to catch to cash and should have the lead turning for home. But the upsetter in here could come from Azoku. Martin Garcia and James Butcher teaming up in here. This 7-time winner from 21 starts, had 5 wins in 2024, has been consistent in 2025, but doesn't necessarily have the wins to show for it since then. They banked $189,000 last year, including a 3-race winning streak over at Churchill Downs and Ellis Park. This year, 1 win, a second, and a third for $38,000 in earnings. Most recently at Ellis Park, went off at 12-1, just kind of ran evenly around the racetrack over there. This one is just an intriguing sort. James Butcher owns and trains, puts this horse in a spot that she can win, if not pick up a paycheck almost each and every time she gets some pace to chase. And if Arisu does miss the start or fades in the lane, I think Mazoku with that back class is going to become calling and should be in that second tier and potentially get first run on some of the others in here. But I'm all about Night Kiss. 3-5 right now, but projected to go off as low as 1-5. We've already seen 1-5 loser on this Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Will it happen again? That's for you to decide. 7 minutes away from race number 2. Kicks off today's early pick 4.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. This distaff sprint over the 6 furlongs. They field of 7 here in the starter. Number 4, Frango Electrico has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Frango Electrico. Number 6, Comset, a change of jockey to meet leader Fernando Vera Cruz. Waive the apprentice allowance. 122 corrected weight. Fernando Vera Cruz with 97 wins here this season. Partners the 6-time winner, the 6, Comset. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Fast and Fur. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes now to the off. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts at the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Jan Hernandez with We'll Do It Live. The filly first in. Now the mares, Horseshoe. Joe Ramos for leading trainer Randy Klopp with 54 wins here this season. Sammy Bermudez with Shanghai Express taking her position in the starting gate. Now calm set. Fernando de la Cruz on the 7-year-old six-time winner. Calm set has moved in. Up comes Street Painter. Jose Gutierrez claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance with 43 career wins. Martin Garcia with Mazoku. One more, Alberto Burgos and Night Kiss. Loads it 1-2. This distaff sprint over the 6 furlongs. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Calm set broke sharply. Street Painter, the gray, showing good speed. There's Horseshoe now streaking up toward the front, and We'll Do It Live is also right there with early interest. It's Horseshoe with Joe Ramos. Horseshoe has the 5-year-old speed to just lead. We'll Do It Live toward the inside, and Street Painter is up with them, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Shanghai Express is running in 4th. A length then to Mazuku, next in 5th. It's a break of 6 more back there to Comset and Alberto Burgos. And the 11-time winner, 1-5, Night Kiss trails. The quarter, 22.17 seconds inside 3 furlongs from home. And they're aiming for Horseshoe. Horseshoe carries a 3-length lead on the edge of the quarter pole from Street Painter, running second by 3.5. Mazoku straightens away in 3rd, and then Night Kiss, who's starting to gain. Toward the inside, We'll Do It Live is dropped back once under pressure of the front side Shanghai Express. We trail back to Comset. It's Horseshoe, half mile 44.84 into the final furlong. It's Horseshoe with a 3-length edge. Night Kiss continues to charge hard up the inside. On the outside is Street Painter. Shanghai Express is now 4th. Here comes Night Kiss up the inside. And Night Kiss rolls to another meet win. Horseshoe is tracked down by Night Kiss. Shanghai Express 3rd, Street Painter back in 4th. One 10.53 seconds after the distaff sprint. 110.53, 8.5, and then a show photo. 8 Night Kiss at 1-5 first. Number 5 Horseshoe at 3-1 was tracked down by the favorite Night Kiss. Gets the result. Slow-mo for 3rd. Shanghai Express over Street Painter. The filly We'll Do It Live was next. Followed home by Mazoku. 8.5, 2.7. Hold all bets until official. Midnight Loot Mare makes it a 4-timer at the meet and 3 in a row. 1-5 on Night Kiss, Alberto Burgos for Tomas Medina in the distaff sprint. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 8 Night Kiss with Alberto Burgos, his 58th win of the meet. Night Kiss now a 4-timer here this season. 5-year-old dark mare brown mare by Midnight Loot. out of the Macho Uno Mare Dignati. The now 12-time winner is trained by Tomas Medina for owner Jose G. Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Night Kiss. Favorite takes out the sprint. 8-5 exacta paid $6 even. 50-cent trifecta, 8-5-2, $4.60. 2 and date the opening double. Combining Yo to win with Night Kiss, $73.80. Street Painter finished fourth. 10-cent superfecta, netted $4.24. In the distaff sprint, the 4 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 7 ran, 110.53. Third race next. Scratch for the maiden dash. The 5, You're Cool, and 6, Cover Art. Scratch the 5 and the number 6. Number 3, That's My Daughter, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Waive the apprentice allowance. 122 pounds corrected weight. Fernando de la Cruz rides 3. First-time starter. That's My Daughter. There'll be no show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. It's now 26 minutes away. Win place, exacta, double, pick 3. Post time will be at 3:25. They're in the gate. And they're off. Comset broke sharply. Street Painter, the gray, showing good speed. There's Arisu now streaking up toward the front, and We'll Do It Live is also right there with early interest. It's Arisu. With Joe Ramos, Arisu has the 5-year-old speed to just lead. We'll Do It Live toward the inside, and Street Painter is up with them, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Shanghai Express is running in 4th. A length then to Mazuku, next in 5th. It's a break of 6 more back there to Comset and Alberto Burgos. And the 11-time winner, 1-5, Night Kiss trails. The quarter, 22.17 seconds inside 3 furlongs from home. And they're aiming for Arisu. Arisu carries a 3-length lead on the edge of the quarter pole from Street Painter, running second by 3.5. Mazoku straightens away in 3rd, and then Night Kiss, who's starting to gain. Toward the inside, We'll Do It Live is dropped back once under pressure. Of the front side, Shanghai Express, we trail back to Comset. It's Arisu, half mile 44.84. Into the final furlong, it's Arisu with a 3-length edge. Night Kiss continues to charge hard up the inside. On the outside is Street Painter. Shanghai Express is now 4th. Here comes Night Kiss up the inside, and Night Kiss rolls to another meet win. Arisu is tracked down by Night Kiss. Plus, they're in the game.
highlights of the meet, staying healthy.
Yes, boy. Ours. Well, no, I mean, like, what track are you going to ride this winter? Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm going to Fairgrounds.
You're going to Fairgrounds for the winter?
Yeah,
You always go to Fairgrounds for the winter.
Yep.
What about here at the track with Daddy?
Yeah, we got a win, I think, last week on Monday. It was really nice.
Perfect. What about you? What was your favorite part of the meet?
Having Hank's the Tank win on Derby Day.
Oh, yes. That was a good one.
Yep.
Be in the lead, baby.
Yeah. Hey, where are you going to ride this off season?
Turfway.
Turfway. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Herschel, what was your favorite part of the meet?
All of it was.
Aw.
Never had a bad day.
Yeah, you're the best. What do you do? Are you going to still work in the winters?
I am.
Where do you go? Back in the backside?
On the stable gate, yes.
Where are you going to ride this winter? Are you going to work horses here again like you normally do?
Yes, hopefully that's the plan. Stay at Turfway and be back and forward.
Love it. Thanks.
Hang around with Rich.
Yeah. And what are you guys going to do this winter? Are you going to go to...
Stay here in Indiana training and running horses in Turfway Park.
Yeah.
Okay. Doing good there. Good money there.
You guys did good there this winter, too.
Yeah, we had 6 winners, like a couple made in a special way and a couple allowing. It's like a...
Okay. Good job. Look at you.
Oh,
My little superstar.
It's when I roll across the lady of the state. I like
Good.
that.
Where are you going this winter?
I stay around.
You stay here?
Yeah.
Okay. What was the highlight of your 2025 year?
It was winning the stakes race.
When I didn't pick you.
Yes. Well, we won 3 stakes races actually, and that was those were the highlights of our year.
And what are you going to do in the off season, you and Tony?
Go to Florida.
You're going to go to
relax.
Woohoo!
And I'll ride my horse, and we'll break babies.
Awesome. So, are you going back to Canada in the winter?
No, I'll probably stay in Kentucky.
Oh, good. Cool. All right. Good luck.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, 11 minutes away from race number 3. Welcome back to the paddock for this quartet set to go 5.5 furlong, stretch your 2 outside runners. 5 You're Cool and 6 Cover Art out of this event in here. We've got an even money favorite in post position number 4 in Turbo Lady. Now, we did see a 1-5 winner in the second, but a 1-5 winner was beaten in the first. So make what you want of that. We've had some heavily backed favorites. We could have another heavily backed favorite in here. I'm going to go a different direction in this spot. I think I'm a Little Thirsty has plenty of upside. This 3-year-old filly by Discreet Lover goes out for Masked Thoroughbreds. Bob Gorham and Mitch Merle in here. Gets Lasix for the first time. Uniquely did not debut with Lasix. Debuted without Lasix, and I thought ran a huge effort. Went off at 7-2 against many in this field. Does need to reverse the results, losing to both Blazing Eyes and Turbo Lady last time out, but that's just the beginning. This horse missed the break. They broke from the inside. I'm sure Mass Thoroughbred's a little bit disappointed that the first 2 starts of this 3-year-old filly's career, they've been stuck down on the rail the last couple of times. Now, they missed the break by 5. That's not ideal. I'm not sure there's going to be anything that would indicate this horse is going to suddenly figure out her gait issues. I did note that Bob Gorham may have been a little bit concerned about the gait to begin with because she had a gait workout not only September 5th, but also September 17th. So clearly they didn't get what they wanted on that September 5th. They went back to the gate again September 17th and then to the gate again September 23rd in the real race with the money on the line and missed the break by 5. Now, is that going to be fixed by Lasix? Probably not. No blinkers added today, so hopefully Mitch Merle is aware of her issues, and he was aboard last time out. She did close into it nicely. She came from the back. She made up a lot of ground. In fact, she made up about 4 lengths, that final 1/8 of a mile, and not many horses show an ability to pass runners and do so on debut. So I was impressed. I think there's plenty of upside. This is a first full for the mare, Oh So Thirsty. So there's a lot of unknowns in here, but we draw the rail again, but we're going to get fair value. It's a 4-horse field. This horse is 5-2 on the board, has probably the most upside as a second-time starter, and it was a very solid debut after not so great of a start. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance, and I think that'll fit I'm a Little Thirsty perfect in this spot. But the one to catch to cash is Blazing Eyes, and in a 4-horse field, I want the horse on the lead. I mean, look at Arisu last race. I know that horse got nailed on the line, but had it all her own way up front. Blazing Eyes could be on the lead in here and potentially be loose. They broke sharp last time. They went to the lead while on the rail, and they battled hard throughout, never giving an inch right through the finish line. That was going 6 furlongs. It was also the first start since May 13th. Couple of things in a positive direction for Terry Vaughn in here. Second start off the layoff. Has loan speed and cuts back from 6 furlongs now to 5.5 furlongs. But if you're looking to bet this animal, the bad news is has never been below 50-1. In 4 starts, this horse has gone off 59, 56, 55, and 59-1. This 3-year-old filly, she's going to be on the board at 7-2. I liked her a lot more last time out at 60-1 than I do at 7-2 in here. But she's got some upside. Second start off the layoff, cutting back, and could be loan speed on the lead. She battled on admirably last time out. I think she'll do so again in here. As Canuto and Vaughn looking for their first winners of the meet, and they got a big-time opportunity in here with a 4-horse field and maybe the best speed, 3-1 on Blazing Eyes. But how can you bet against Randy Klopp and Joe Ramos? They made a horse like Night Kiss last time out at 1-5 earn it right down to the final 25 yards. That's how hot they've been running. Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos, a jockey-trainer combination you got to pay attention to. And Ramos was picking up some wins on Fernando de la Cruz, so that's something to pay attention to as well. This 3-year-old filly by Turbo Compressor, she hasn't quite turned into the biggest sort by any means. We'll see if she continues to grow at all. She's had a little bit of money burner to her in her first 2 starts. She debuted September 3rd in a 7-horse field, went off odds on, and just kind of steadily dropped back after breaking sharp and then stayed on evenly. It was almost a replay the next time out in which she sat in a perfect spot behind Jane Plain and Blazing Eyes, watched a good duel, shifted out, had every opportunity to get past, did close in late, but was never really going past. Turbo Lady was fairly disappointing September 23rd, but Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos, they can do no wrong. Now they get the blinkers on. I think there's plenty of upside. I just don't see it at even money in this field. I think some of the others in here deserve a longer look. She can absolutely win, but she presents no value at even money after being the beaten favorite first 2 starts of her career. But the good news is this is pari-mutuel wagering, and that is for you to decide if Turbo Lady is the one for you or not. But I'm going to try the upside with I'm a little thirsty on a Thursday at the shoe.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 3rd race. This maiden filly sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 4. 4 on parade. Scratch 5, You're Cool, and 6 Cover Art. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Scratch the 5 and 6. 3, That's My Daughter, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz. The meet leader with 97 wins here this season. We have the apprentice allowance 122. There's Fernando de la Cruz on 3, the first-time starter. That's My Daughter. Win place, Exacta, double pick 3, 3 minutes, 2 post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for this maiden fillies sprint. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in for this maiden fillies dash. I'm a Little Thirsty, Mitchell Murrell, with 45 wins here this season. The first of 4 to move in, I'm a Little Thirsty. Now Tiago Canuto, Blazing Eyes. 4-time started here this year. Couple of them back. That's My Daughter, Fernando de la Cruz. On Ray Paquette's newcomer, That's My Daughter. At 5.5 furlongs. One more Turbo Lady. Joe Ramos with 80 wins here this season. Rode in his first Kentucky Derby Saturday. All in. And they're off. Turbo Lady with a rapid reaction from the starting gate. I'm a Little Thirsty toward the inside, along with That's My Daughter. And Blazing Eyes trails the maiden fillies quartet with Joe Ramos. It's Turbo Lady the leader. Turbo Lady out in front, leads here by 2.5. Toward the inside, I'm a Little Thirsty, and Mitch Morrow with the black cap with a pom-pom, being joined on the outside by That's My Daughter, the first-time starter with Fernando de la Cruz. Toward the inside, I'm a Little Thirsty, now has lost a spot to third, as Turbo Lady leads with inside 3 furlongs to go. And Blazing Eyes out there in the 4-path with her bid. That trio in back of Turbo Lady, who leads them past the quarter pole with a 2-length lead. That's My Daughter. Toward the inside, I'm a Little Thirsty, and wide Blazing Eyes. Turbo Lady spins them in with Joe Ramos. Turbo Lady coming down to the final furlong with a 3-length buffer zone on That's My Daughter, who's now gained second. Toward the inside is I'm a Little Thirsty, who's running in third. As Blazing Eyes has flattened, they come past the 16th. And with Fernando de la Cruz, here's That's My Daughter, who strikes the front near home. That's My Daughter. Debuts on top from Turbo Lady. I'm a Little Thirsty, finished third. 105.87 after the maiden Phillies sprint. 105.87. 3-4-1, 2 runs fourth. There was no show, no trifecta, nor no superfecta wagering. 3-4 will be the exacta. That's My Daughter. At 5-2 first, number 4, Turbo Lady. At 6-5 was second. 1 I'm a Little Thirsty third, and 2 Blazing Eyes was fourth. Fernando Veta Cruz, the meet leader, 98th of the season, here on Ray Paquette's newcomer. There she is. That's My Daughter. The result of the third race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 3, That's My Daughter, with leading jockey Fernando Veta Cruz notching his 98th win of the meet. That's My Daughter is a 3-year-old Gray Roan filly by Charming Kitten. Out of an Awesome Again mare. Ray Paquette III trains the daughter of Charming Kitten in the pink for Ray Paquette III and Ray Paquette IV. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of That's My Daughter. First timer up in 105.87. 3-4 exacta, $19.40. 8-3 double paid $13 even. First pick 3 on the card, nets $58.75. 5 and 6 were the non-runners. 4th race starter Rank Kuick, 105.87 seconds after the running of race 3. 4th race, first of 3 today, Carter, for the turf course on a beautiful one. Course firm, turf rail set this week at 24 feet out there on that Caesars course. Scratch 3, Trust the Word. Take out 8, Brookline. From the maiden turf sprint, scratch 3 and 8. 1 instant classic, the jockey will be Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos on 80 wins here this season. Rides 1 instant classic for Brittany Vandenberg and Marsico Brothers racing that newcomer. Joe Ramos on the 1, scratch 3 and 8. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5. First leg of the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 featured. Post time will be in 24 minutes at 3:58. Just as a reminder, following today's quarter horse finale, no live racing here on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor this upcoming Monday in advance of next Saturday's Indiana Champions Day. Hope you can join us here for one of the big days of the meet on Saturday, October the 25th. We'll have a special 11 a.m. post time as the best and brightest thoroughbred and quarter horse stars will be featured here on Indiana Champions Day. Action kicks off at 11 a.m. 11 premier races with purses in excess of $1.7 million. Trackside activities include a cigar rolling station, magic mirror selfie station, food trucks will be on hand, plus winner's circle promotions and more. That's Indiana Champions Day, a week from this Saturday on the 25th, post time, 11 a.m. first Kentucky Derby matinee. All in, and they're off. Turbo Lady with a rapid reaction from the starting gate. I'm a little thirsty toward the inside, along with That's My Daughter, and Blazing Eyes trails the maiden fillies quartet with Joe Ramos. It's Turbo Lady the leader. Turbo Lady out in front, leads here by 2.5. Toward the inside, I'm a little thirsty, and Mitch Morrow with the black cap with a pom-pom, being joined on the outside by That's My Daughter, the first-time starter with Fernando Letta Cruz. Toward the inside, I'm a little thirsty, now has lost a spot to third, as Turbo Lady leans with inside 3 furlongs to go. And Blazing Eyes out there in the four-path with her bid. That trio in back of Turbo Lady, who leads them past the quarter pole with a 2-length lead. That's My Daughter. Toward the inside, I'm a little thirsty and wide. Blazing Eyes. Turbo Lady spins them in with Joe Ramos. Turbo Lady coming down to the final furlong with a 3-length buffer zone on That's My Daughter, who's now gained second. Toward the inside is I'm a little thirsty, who's running in third. As Blazing Eyes has flattened, they come past the 16th. And with Fernando Letta Cruz, here's That's My Daughter, who strikes the front near home. That's My Daughter. Debuts on top from Turbo Lady. I'm a little thirsty. Rode in his first Kentucky Derby. Please note in this upcoming fourth race, the maiden juvenile turf sprint, course firm turf rail at 24 feet. This upcoming fourth race, number 6, Eddie Haskell, has now been gelded. Eddie Haskell is a gelding. Be with the beaver.
Just a quick reminder that next week is going to be leading up to Indiana Champions Day on Saturday. So our racing week will look like this. No racing Monday. We will race Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. No live racing this Monday, October 20th. We will resume on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday, which is Indiana Champions Day, first post of 11 a.m. During the week, we will have the regular post of 2:10 p.m. So no racing Monday, Champions Day on Saturday next week. Good luck.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, kicking off that late Fire 5 here as firsters continue to reign supreme. We may be in mid-October, but first-time starters have had themselves a very nice week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We kick off the late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout. Scratch numbers 3 and 8 out of this event. Plenty of first-time starters to fit your fancy in here, but I remain unchanged. I'm going to lean into horses with experience. Lady Blast for 2-year-old filly by Rock Your World drew 36,000 at the OBS sale. Now in for 25,000 after 2 starts in the maiden special weight level. Gets some class relief in here, but certainly by no means is waving the white flag altogether. Jose Camayo having himself an awesome meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've basically been his personal ATM here. 38% winners, which is double his 19% around the country. So Horseshoe Indy has been very good to him and his team. Mitch Murrow going to be aboard Lady Blast as he was on September 16th, where they finally got an opportunity to try the turf. They were entered to run on the turf in their debut August 5th. Got rained off that day, went off at 10-1, showed speed, didn't show any finish from the inside. They got a yielding turf course last time out, found a tough group of 11, ran a very nice third-place finish, kind of in between horses, slight steady. It wasn't that terrible by any means, and then ran on evenly in the lane. Should improve second time on the turf, has some one nice workout, 49, just a good leg stretcher since that September 16th race, and I think the class relief and the second-time turf is enough to get this one home a winner. If you believe you're going to get 5-1, I don't think that's going to happen. So hold off on your tweets and your pictures about how the late money's coming in. It was unforeseen because DRF Algorithms does see that Lady Blast is going to go off at around 3-2. The will pays indicated 5-1 seems like fool's gold at this point. I think this is your favorite as they go to the post, but 5-1 right now on the board, 8 minutes away from race number 4, still early on in the pari-mutuel wagering. But the first-time starter that drew my eye the most is a 2-year-old colt by Rushy. Now, I was fairly unfamiliar with Rushy, but this is a $4,000 who stands in L.A., and hasn't produced that many horses. In fact, has never produced a winner yet. So the fact that Mike Maker takes over from a horse by Rushy, that is intriguing to me because Rushy was once for Michael McCarthy running over all around the country, really. 3-time winner, being $700,000. Now has 7 offspring, but still looking for the first victory. The mare, she's produced 3 wins from 44 starts. So why do you have this horse on top, do you ask? Because there's not a whole lot to go on for the breeding, but Java Buzz is a pretty good horse, $270,000. Even though the mare has only produced 3 runners, she did produce a good one in Java Buzz, a horse who had a ton of early speed, and Mike Maker can do his best with horses on the turf. This Florida bred goes out, is a homebred for JDT Racing, draws the eye of our leading rider, Fernando de la Cruz, has been training consistently at Turfway Park, and I think is in with a big chance. It makes sense that the homebred is in for $25,000, trying to place this one where they can be the most competitive. And over the years, I think Michael Maker has certainly been trending in the right direction when it comes to first-time starters. I used to not really think that he was all about first-time starters, but recently he's done very well. And in fact, over the past 5 years, he's winning at 12%, but that has gone in the right direction over, I'd say, maybe the past year or so. In fact, the past 5 months, he's winning at 21% with first-time starters. So 12% in 5 years, 21% with first-time starters over the past 5 months. So doing very well. Recently, we'll see if Eddie Haskell can get the job done in here. But a horse who's taking the early money right now, and it appears here to stay, is something that I like with my meals, and that is some Italian Wine, a 2-year-old colt by Munnings. Gets Irving Moncada in the saddle for Brian Lynch in here. Has experience, debuted at 3-1. Lost to Uncle Bucky, and it was a special day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We had both a pick 4 and a pick 5 carryover. This horse took a ton of action, never really got into it, and just kind of ran evenly around the track. That's the bad news. The good news is today they get the blinkers on, which is usually a good sign, but not always a tell for Brian Lynch. He wins at 8% with first-time blinkers. But second time out, getting class relief, drawn to the outside. I'd much rather be drawn to the outside than the inside. And they went off at 3-1 at maiden special weight, so it should have been expected that at the maiden claiming level they might take some action. They are taking just that, despite Not a very impressive performance on debut September 5th, but comes back 6 weeks later, gets a little class relief, and that can be the biggest difference in here. Biggest drop in the game, made a special weight down to maiden, claiming that's the horse that is currently favored on the board. But let's take a look at this Late Fire 5 ticket, going to be on your screen here shortly with using the 5 and the 6 in here. I'm not going to use your current favorite. I'm going to key in on the top 2 selections. The horse I like the best with the experience, and the horse that I find the most interesting as a first-time starter. Race number 5, a wide-open event, scratch the 6. We're going to go as deep as we can in race number 5. Race number 6, you've got 2 opportunities in here in race 6. I mean, you either single a long shot or go as deep as you possibly can, because that 3-year-old filly's maiden claiming going a mile on the turf, a great find by our racing office because they filled the starting gate, and that's going to be a race that many people are going to go deep. And because so many people are going to go deep, I don't think there's any way to get separation aside from singling. We're going to single a horse off a year-long layoff in for maiden 12,500. Seems stupid. We'll find out if it is in race number 6. As the riders getting the leg up, the field of 10 set to go to the gate 4 minutes away from race number 4.
The horses call posted now for the 4th race. This maiden 2-year-old turf sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 9. Scratch number 3, Trust the Word, and 8, Brookline. Scratch 3 and 8. 1, Joe Ramos on Instant Classic. Rides the first-time starter, Joe Ramos on the 1, Instant Classic. Number 6, Eddie Haskell, now a gelding on debut. 3 and 8 are the non-runners, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. First leg of the $1 horseshoe hat-trick all turf pick 3. We are firm and fast under sunny skies with 2 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5 and the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf pick 3. Firm and fast. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For the first of 3 times today, crossing over to the turf course on final approach for the sprint start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Eddie Haskell. Fernando de la Cruz riding for a double. After That's My Daughter's debut win. Joe Ramos Instant Classic. Jan Hernandez with first-time starter, putting in coach. Coming up. Sam Bermudez with 7-time started, JR Speed Feet. Air Horse 1 drone view here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Loading at the 5 furlong start. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., first-time starter, Easter Sonata. JJ Mesa with Montalbano. Loaded at 35-1 odds. Evan Roman, Night Raven. One of the 5 first-time starters. Now Mitchell Morrow with Lady Blast. 3-2 favorite Lady Blast. Stand by, one more. Irving Moncada with Italian Wine. The Bunnings Colt, a second-time starter. At 5 furlongs, turf firm, rel at 24 feet. Here's Italian Wine. They're all in line. The Robin sprinting. Fast start for JR Sweet Feet, quickly headed by Montalbano. Here comes an early bid by Lady Blast, and right there, that first-time starter, Eddie Haskell, who's going for an early attack. Putting in coaches come out running in third, dashing past the half-mile pole. So we got 2 more to Easter Sonata, running in fourth, Montalbano fifth after breaking sharp as they head toward the far turn. JR Sweet Feet, outside that is Italian Wine, and it's a break of 6 more to the first-time starter, Instant Classic, who's been beaten for pace in the one well back, Night Raven Trails. They round the far turn, the opening quarter, rapid fire. The first 2 of 5 furlongs as they come toward the quarter pole, and it's Eddie Haskell with Fernando de la Cruz. Eddie Haskell has taken charge as they come off the far turn, coming down toward the final furlong. From toward the inside, Lady Blast, who tries to kick on with Eddie Haskell, who has the measure, coming down toward the final 16th, putting in coach, and then Easter Sonata with on the outside JR Sweet Feet, who's rallying on, but no catching Eddie Haskell. Eddie Haskell Debuts with a 7-length win from J.R. Sweetfeet, who gained second from Put Me in Coach, and then close between Easter Sonata along with Lady Blast. $55.83 after that maiden juvenile turf sprint. $55.83, 6.72, and then a photo. 6, Eddie Haskell. 5-2 first. 7, J.R. Sweetfeet. 12-1 second. 2, Put Me in Coach. At no less than 99-1 was third. Eddie Haskell. Leave it to Beaver at 5-2. Gets the result over 7, J.R. Sweetfeet. First-time starter, one of the 5 newcomers. Put Me in Coach was third. Fourth on the slow-mo, that's up to the judges. Easter Sonata with Lady Blast, Italian Wine. Next with Montalbano. Stand by for the fourth from the judges. There's Eddie Haskell. Fernando de la Cruz, Mike Maker, the JTD stable newcomer. It's Eddie Haskell at 5-2. 5, Lady Blast was fourth, 6-7, 2-5. Result official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 6, Eddie Haskell. Fernando de la Cruz with his 99th win of the meet. Eddie Haskell is a 2-year-old baying gelding by Rushy. Out of an Animal Kingdom mare, Mike Maker trains for Jim Tilton's JDT Racing. Winner was bred in Florida by JDT Racing of Jim Tilton. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Eddie Haskell. Leave it to Mike Maker with a newcomer here on the turf, 55.83. 6-7 exact is $64.40. 50-cent pick 3 paid $15.30. The 50-cent trifecta, 6-7-2, $534.65. 3-6 double paid $46 even. Lady Blast fourth after a photo. 10-cent superfecta paid $384.39. Easter Sonata ran 5th. 55.83 after that maiden 2-year-old sprint. Race 5, 21 minutes away in the sprint. Scratch 6, Mart's Creek Music. Scratch the 6. 4, Jane Plain. Joe Ramos rides. Waive the apprentice allowance, 115 corrected weight. Joe Ramos on 4, Jane Plain. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3 starts to the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. We're fast and firm. Post time at the bottom of the hour. In line. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for J.R. Sweet Feet, quickly headed by Montalbano. Here comes an early bid by Lady Blast, and right there, that first-time starter, Eddie Haskell, who's going for an early attack. Putting in coaches come out running in third, dashing past the half-mile pole. So we get 2 more to Easter Sonata, running in fourth, Montalbano fifth after breaking sharp as they head toward the far turn. J.R. Sweet Feet, outside that is Italian Wine, and it's a break of 6 more to the first-time starter, Instant Classic, who's been beaten for pace in the one well back, Night Raven Trails. They round the far turn, the opening quarter, rapid fire. The first 2 of 5 furlongs as they come toward the quarter pole, and it's Eddie Haskell with Fernando Little Cruz. Eddie Haskell has taken charge as they come off the far turn, coming down toward the final furlong. From toward the inside, Lady Blast, who tries to kick on with Eddie Haskell, who has the measure, coming down toward the final 16th, put me in coach, and then Easter Sonata with on the outside J.R. Sweet Feet, who's rallying on, but no catching Eddie Haskell. Eddie Haskell debuts with a 7-length win from J.R. Sweet Feet, who gained second from Put Me in Coach, and then close between Easter Sonata along with Lady Blast. All in line.
With a name like Eddie Haskell, you better be good. And Mike Maker has himself a good one there. Did debut at the claiming ranks, but certainly dueled early, stepped away late, and kept to task Fernando de la Cruz, inching in on a milestone or a century victory as he inches ever so closely to win number 100 on the season. So kudos to the connection. Maker's really figured out those first-time starters. You may be 12% overall the past 5 years, but now over 23% the past 5 months. So doing himself very well with those first-time starters, and things are going in the right direction. Let's move ahead to race number 5, one of the more challenging handicapping endeavors I found on the card. Scratch number 6, March Creek Music, a field of 7 set to go 5.5 furlongs, non-winners of 2, all bred in the state of Indiana, and I happen to fancy Luna Diva, 7-2 down on the inside, 1 for 18. She is a little camera shy, but she had just kind of a sneaky amount of trouble last time out. She went off below 2-1. She ran against many in here, including your second and third place runners, and she broke from the outside. She was outbroke today, that day back on September 24th, which was fairly rare for her. She usually breaks pretty alertly. Rodney Prescott had her under a good hold, kind of took back from in between horses midway through the turn, and then stayed on evenly. Overall, there wasn't anything that was really a gotcha moment or, oh, I see that. It was more or less just somewhat of a uncomfortable throughout trip for a horse who doesn't need that many excuses to not win the race. Second time at this level, always have run in protected races at the allowance level, dropped last time out and had some excuses, and now could bounce back. Rodney keeps the faith, as do I. He'll be aboard her for the second time, and hopefully she can get that elusive second victory for the second time at the claiming ranks in here with a cleaner trip. I think she's in with a big chance today for Rancho Monarca Stables, the homebred for them. 7-2 on the board, but your current favorite in lukewarm fashion is Focacia, projected to go off as low as even money. Actually beat the top selection last time out. Broke alertly, went right to the lead, held that rail position from down on the inside, and tried hard throughout in the lane, but was ultimately never catching Peter's Dream, who is a horse who runs in and out, oftentimes very big performances and then not so great performances. However, Focacia, no stranger to being favored. In fact, this horse has been favored 2 out of the last 3 races and is yet to pay the backers. Second, fourth, and second. Has had some clean trips, tripped out awesome August 13th when they were 2-1 favorite, set just off the speed, tripped out, moved out 3-path in a slingshot manner under Evan Roman, hit the lead and just kind of stalled. That could be a troubling trend for Focacia. She's the one to beat, but I don't think she's the one to bet in here. Evan Roman going to be aboard for Shim Racing. We'll see if this 3-year-old filly can get the job done for Shim. The 5 is Queen's Desire. Plenty of upside in here. Israel Garcia owns and trains. Gutierrez calling the shots, and that's always a good sign because he's been an apprentice rider that you want to pay attention to. Previously, a 7-pound weight break, now a 5-pound weight break. This is a horse that's got some upside. Hannah Leahy off. Gutierrez aboard, 1 for 19. Took a huge... I guess I'll walk that back a little bit. Took on winners for the first time, but went from the allowance level to 8,000 non-winners of 2. To me, it's not always a great sign when you win at the allowance level and then you go lower the claiming price second back. However, they go right back up to 20,000 in here. Sometimes that's the way the condition book shakes out. Israel Garcia owns and trains. I was very impressed with the day maiden special weight victory on September 3rd. Not so impressed last time out. Now they'll make a rider change in here, and that can make all of the difference as Gutierrez has been pushing all the right buttons here recently. We'll see if the gray can come home to score for Queen's Desire, but I'm all about Luna Diva in this spot. We'll see if Rodney Prescott and Luna Diva can get that elusive second victory as we're 7 minutes away from race number 5, and you know what that means? Kicks off today's Itoba Pick 4. $1 minimum, 15% takeout. You can't win it. If you're not in it, good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. The sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. 6 Mart's Creek Music has been scratched. Scratch the 6 Mart's Creek Music. For Jane Plain, the jockey Joe Ramos, wave the apprentice allowance. 125 pounds there, the corrected weight, wave the bug. Joe Ramos rides number 4, Jane Plain. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3 and starts to the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. Close to a start. Fast and firm. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? After a consultation with the jockeys here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and with management, also making note, we're taking the 6th and 8th races off the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today. Once again, after management consulting with the riders here at the track, the 6th and 8th races have now been taken off the turf course. Race 6, that maiden, will now be run over the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Late change in distance for the 6th and 8th. Race 6 now off the turf. It will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. And the 8th race later today, that will now be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Distance remains the same. However, the 8th race will now be taken off the turf. We now have a late scratch just in after the 6th race has come off the turf. Number 11, Ziva, has now been scratched from the 6th race. Once again, after consulting with the riders, management making the decision to take the 6th and 8th races off the course here. Race 6, late scratch on 11, Ziva. We now have a late scratch here in the 5th race sprint. This was carded for the main track. Number 8, Kitten Song, has now been ordered scratched on advice of the track veterinarian. Here in the main track sprint, scratch 8 kitten song. There will be a 6 and 8 consolation double. 6-8 consolation double. Those using 8 kitten song and a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Those that placed an advanced wager on the Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3 also stand by for that result as the 6th and 8th have come off the turf. Also noting for those that placed wagers in the 50-cent late pick 5 that started on the 4th race won by Eddie Haskell. Any late pick 5 wagers on that 6th and 8th race taken off the turf, they become all legs in the late pick 5. Late pick 5 starting on the 4th race won by number 6, Eddie Haskell. If you have a wager going in the late pick 5 on the 6th and 8th, those two just now taken off the turf at the bottom of the 4 o'clock hour. Those legs in the late pick 5 become all legs. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the Philly Sprint starts the $1 late pick 4. Now an all main track card. Main track fast, the 6th and 8th of the two that have been taken off the turf. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Here's a late scratch out of the 8th race. Again, the fillies on final approach here for the sprint start. Looking ahead to race 8, one of those two taken off the turf course. 8th race will be contested on the main over the mile and a 16th. Now scratch 10, Moogie Sun. Again, that's an all leg. If you placed a wager in the 50-cent late pick 5, the 6th and 8th races now become all legs in the late pick 5. Late scratch, 8th race, 10, Moogie Sun has now been scratched. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with Luna Diva. Evan Roman, Focaccia coming up. Focaccia has joined Luna Diva. She's so elite. Fernando de la Cruz. A couple of wins on the card and now 99 for the season. Joe Ramos with Jane Plain. Just a couple of them back. Jose Gutierrez with Queen's Desire. Coming up. It's now an all main track card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The 6th and 8th taken off the turf course main track fast and one more. Luis Contreras with Indiana Smoke Show, like She's So Elite, both for leading trainer Randy Klopp. Here comes the 5th, all in. Ready. And they're off. Off to an even start. Luna Diva Alertly away from the rail for Rodney Prescott, and Focaccia is right there, vying for the early lead with Luna Diva as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. Jean Plain in the red silks is running in third, and just off these leaders, then the Randy Klopp 2. To the inside, She's So Elite, and on the outside is Indiana Smoke Show, and after a couple of furlongs, Queen's Desire trails the Phillies Sprint, and they have 3 furlongs to go. Quarter 22.28 seconds, aiming for Luna Diva. Leading with the rail, Luna Diva in front of Focaccia, staying right there near to Luna Diva now as they come past the quarter pole head to head. Jane Plain just got a pop of the crop. Then toward the inside, She's So Elite with Queen's Desire, who's picked up Indiana Smoke Show. Heads a turn for home, and it's Luna Diva. Luna Diva staring at one more furlong. Luna Diva clings on from Focaccia, charging hard on the outside. Luna Diva still responding to the pressure. Focaccia fully stretched now by Luna Diva. Then Queen's Desire, She's So Elite toward the rail. It's Luna Diva and Rodney Prescott, and Luna Diva gets the result by just over 2. Focaccia kept at bay by Luna Diva throughout. Queen's Desire third, and She's So Elite finished fourth. .105.87 after the Philly Sprint. 105.87. 1-2-5-3 unofficial. First number 1, Luna Diva. 5-2 winner, unofficial. 2, Focaccia. And Even Money was second. Number 5, Queen's Desire. 16-1 third. And number 3, She's So Elite. 6-1 fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Rodney Prescott here for Rancho Monarca of Kathy and Tony Duran. It's Luna Diva at 5-2 in the Philly Sprint. Result official. The Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle number 1, Luna Diva with Rodney Prescott. Luna Diva is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Santiva. Out of the Malibu Moon Mare, the Moon and the Stars. For Rancho Monarca LLC of Kathy and Tony Duran, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Luna Diva. 1-2 exacta, paid $12 even. 50-cent trifecta, 125, $14.80. The 6-1 double paid $30.20. 6-8 consolation double, $8 even. She's So Elite ran fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 1-2-5-3, paid $8.80. The $1 early pick 4, $129.70. Pick 3, $39.20. 50-cent early pick 5, $1,533 even on 5 of 5. 105.87 after the running of race 5. Now the 6th race once again. The 6th and 8th have been taken off the turf course. If you're just joining us here, we're tuning in after consulting with the riders. Management making the decision to take the 6th and 8th race off the turf course. Here today, race 6 maiden will be run over the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 11 Ziva. That was a late scratch. Take out 13 Kaylee's Kitten. 14 Maywood Honor. Scratch the 11, 13, and the 14. 9 Acousticat, the jockey Oscar Villarreal. 9 Acousticat. 12 Lavish Justice, the rider Andre Zaloa. Rides 12 Lavish Justice, correct the weight there, 119. Lavish Justice owned by Good Guys Racing, stable of Lily Gonzalez. That's also an ownership correction for the number 12. Scratch 11, 13, and the 14. Sixth race maiden on the main track. Fast over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Exacta, trifecta, double, pick 3, and the pentafecta. Once again, if you wagered on this sixth race and the eighth race for that matter in the late pick 5, the sixth and eighth have become all legs in the late pick 5 today. Post time 5:03. Ready. And they're off. Off to an even start. Luna Diva alertly away from the rail for Rodney Prescott, and Focaccia is right there, vying for the early lead with Luna Diva as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. Gene Plain in the red silks is running in third, and just off these leaders, then the Randy Klopp 2. To the inside, She's So Elite, and on the outside is Indiana Smoke Show, and after a couple of furlongs, Queen's Desire trails the Phillies sprint, and they have 3 furlongs to go. Quarter 22.28 seconds, aiming for Luna Diva. Leading with the rail, Luna Diva in front of Focaccia, staying right there near to Luna Diva now as they come past the quarter pole head to head. Jane Plain just got a pop of the crop. Then to the inside, She's So Elite with Queen's Desire, who's picked up Indiana Smoke Show. Heads a turn for home, and it's Luna Diva. Luna Diva staring at one more furlong. Luna Diva clings on from Focaccia, charging hard on the outside. Luna Diva still responding to the pressure. Focaccia fully stretched now by Luna Diva. Then Queen's Desire, She's So Elite toward the rail. It's Luna Diva and Rodney Prescott, and Luna Diva gets the result by just over 2. Focaccia kept at bay by Luna Diva throughout. Queen's Desire third.
Maiden claiming 12-5. I looks like right now it's 11, 13, and 14 that are out of here. We do have some jockey changes. Oscar Villarreal's on the 9, and on the 12 we have Andre Uoa. I'm going to go in the 6th race 4-9-8. Let's talk about the 4 in this maiden claiming 12-5. We're going to go around 70 on the dirt now. Tony Granitz has Evan Roman aboard, coming out of a maiden special weight by 13. Kind of evenly ran around there, but this one, usually when any trainer has a good, usually people have good percentages going from maiden to maiden claiming. It's a key drop going down this far, so he should open right up. Also, look at some of the races that he's been against. He's gone against horses in those maidens that come back to win the next out. In Express, Sunrise, Rockin' Rocky, Rocio, and is returning to a route. Then I'm going to go to the 9, Acousticat. Just stop me, Aaron, if you get a scratch of one of my horses, okay? We're getting in scratches right now. I'm going to let John tell you what they are. I'm just going to go over my top 3, and then my man John G. Dooley will let you guys know. Jamie Grubbs trains this 3-year-old filly by McLean's Music. Just changed barns from John Horan's barn. After the claim at 12-5, is back in at 12-5. Gets Oscar Villarreal, and this horse has a off the pace running style, is never really close to the lead, especially at the beginning of the race. In ones that she's finished close, she has kind of inched up. With that being said, if you go back to the Fairgrounds try on March 9th of this year, that was the one race that this horse was on the lead, and that was the one race that was one of the better finishes, other than here on September 8th. So with that being said, you know, if she gets in a race where there's not a ton of early speed, she might be the one you're looking at. 7-1 right now on the tote board. And then we go to the 8, Night Birdie. Orlando Boca Chica is aboard here for Edward Fernandez. This is a 3-year-old filly by Jimmy Creed. She's sitting on the board right now at 11-1, making her 4th lifetime start. Never in the money. But this is what I like about this one. The Dam, $7,000. By Pembroke, has 10 winners from 14 starters, 2 of which are turf winners, but we've just come off the turf. She's also first-time blinkers, so she may improve now that she's got those blinkers added for the first time. Thought this was a nice little long shot at 11-1. This is one of those races. This is a bunch of horses that have ran a bunch of times. They're dropping out of maiden claiming. There's just a lot of different factors in here that makes it kind of hard to peg one down. So I thought that this was a good race to try to find a couple horses underneath that makes sense, that might get ignored a little bit at the window, which I think is what I've done. The 4, though, is the 3-1 favorite, Pink Picture, and that's my top selection. Good luck.
All right, cheers, Rachel. Just as a recap, this upcoming 6th race maiden is off the turf, main track, 1 mile and 70 yards fast. That late scratch was on 11 Ziva. That's a late scratch. Earlier announced the also eligibles were withdrawn, 13 Kaylee's Kitten and 14 May with Honor. So scratch here, 11, 13, and the 14. I'm looking ahead to the 8th race, that the second one taken off the turf course here during the 4 o'clock hour. Race 8 will now be run on the main track. Distance remains the same. We're off the turf. Stays at 1 mile and 1/16. 8th race, late scratch on 6, Frito. Late scratch on 9, Indocumentado, and 10, Mogi Sun. The earlier announced scratches there were the AEs, 13 Lear, 14 Dial Him Up, 15 Stradivarian, and 16 Stride. So recapping 8th race, distance the same, 1 mile and 1/16, main track fast, scratch the 6, 9, 10, 13 through the number 16, all have been scratched. The latest late scratches from the 8th are the 6, 9, and 10. The horses coming onto the track for the sixth race. This one of the two taken off the turf course here during the 4 o'clock hour. This maiden will be run over the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 11, Scratch 11, Ziva, 13, Kaylee's Kitten, and 14, May with Honor. Number 9, Acousticat, Oscar Villarreal rides 9, Acousticat. 12, Lavish Justice, Andre Zaloa. On the 12, Wave the Bug 119. Ownership correction, Lavish Justice is owned by Good Guys Racing of Billy Gonzalez. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Here the maiden. Fast Track features the 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wager, double pick 3. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maidens in their final warm-up here. Maiden at 1 mile and 70 yards. Fast main track, a wagering note. For those that wagered on the pick 3, covering races 4, 5, and 6. This will be an all leg in that final leg of that pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. It'll be 6 with the 1 with the all here if you wagered on the pick 3 starting on race 4. Those with wagers today on the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. That was started by Eddie Haskell in the 4th race. That all turf pick 3 will pay on 6 all. If you have a Horseshoe Hat Trick all turf pick 3 wager, 6 all for that. As noted, wagers here on races 6 and 8 that started on the 50-cent early pick 5 that started with the 4th race won by number 6 Eddie Haskell. If you have a wager in the late pick 5, the 6th and 8th, those off the turf races will be all legs. And the late pick 5 started by number 6, Eddie Haskell, back in the 4th race. Fast track here for the maiden. Late scratch, number 12, Lavish Justice. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, scratch number 12, Lavish Justice here from the maiden. Main track fast at 1 mile and 70 yards. All wagers here on 12, Lavish Justice, now scratched refunds. There will be a 1 in 12 consolation double. 112 consolation double. Those using 12, Lavish Justice. Again in the double, it's a consolation double of 112. All wagers here on 12 Lavish Justice will be refunds. This is an all leg in the all turf pick 3, all leg in the late pick 5. And again, an all leg in the pick 3 that started on race 4, 6, 1 all. Will pay out the pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. 112 consolation double. All wagers here on the 12 Lavish Justice. Late scratch, refunds. Here's another late scratch for Pink Picture. Once again, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Number 4, Pink Picture, has now been scratched from this main track maiden. As the case with the 12 Lavish Justice, it's a 1 in 4 consolation double. 1-4 consolation double. All wagers here on 4, Pink Picture, refunds. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Santo Sanjo with Forever Hopeful. Fernando de la Cruz, silent secretary in the black silks, is joined. Forever hopeful, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Lori still curling. Orlando Boca Chica with Night Birdie going in. J.J. Mesa with Argentina Dad drew 3. Oscar Villarreal with Acousticat. Joe Ramos, Jailhouse Religion coming up. Samuel Bermudez, Fall in Love, getting a bit fractious in the gate, has settled. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Farron Peterson and the first-time starter. Ananaki. This 102 taken off the turf course after consulting with the jockeys. Fast main track. 1 mile and 70 yards. They're in the gate. And they're off. Jailhouse Religion broke sharp. There's an early bid by Silent Secretary as Forever Hopeful drifts back to last year as they make their way into the first turn. It's Jailhouse Religion. Jailhouse Religion, right there is Silent Secretary with Fall in Love in the green cap, and Night Birdie is out there on the wing as they go to the back of the track. Then toward the inside is Lori Still Curlin running in 5th at the 6.5. And then comes Argentina Dad with on the outside that first-time starter Ananaki, and sluggish in the early going. Forever Hopeful trails the maiden fillies and mares that go up the back. The quarter 24.49 seconds. Silent Secretary has locked horns with Jailhouse Religion. They're vying for the early lead, making this run toward the half-mile pole right together with Night Birdie in the white cap right there tracking third. Fall in Love is itching to challenge, looking for a gap there for Samuel Bermudez. Fall in Love near the inside parts of the track. Then comes Acousticat with Lori Still Curlin racing 5 lengths off these leaders. Ananaki with Argentina Dad, and Forever Hopeful remains the distant. Half mile, a few ticks over 49. 3 furlongs away. It's Jailhouse Religion, who remains the pilot for Joe Ramos. Jailhouse Religion in front, 3/4 length to Night Birdie as Acousticat is gearing up. Here's Acousticat, who's warming up to the task for Oscar Villarreal. Fall in Love is right there in range. Then Lori Still Curlin on the far outside as they straighten away, and Silent Secretary has dropped right away through the field. 3/4, 114.52. It's Acousticat who's taking the lead at the 8th pole. To the inside is Jailhouse Religion, who responds, but Acousticat just has the upper hand. Charging his Fall in Love, Night Birdie, Argentina Dad, and Lori Still Curlin. They're near home. It's Acousticat and Fall in Love. It's going to be close. It's Acousticat holding on from Fall in Love. Jailhouse Religion was 3rd, then Argentina Dad, Night Birdie, and Lori Still Curlin was the next filly across the finish. $144.44. It is a win photograph. Hold all tickets. Nine, 7, 5, 3, 8. 9 Acousticat. 5-2 first. 7 Fall in Love. 6-5. Did not miss by much. Number 5 Jailhouse Religion stayed on to run 3rd at 10-1 odds. Number 3 Argentina Dad 11-1 4th, and 8 Night Birdie at 16-1 for the Pentafecta. Oscar Villarreal picks it up for Jamie Grubbs, the daughter of McLean's Music. Off the mark in her 16th run. Acousticat at 5-2. Race 6 official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 9, Acousticat with Oscar Villarreal. Acousticat is a 3-year-old dark bay brown filly by McLean's Music. Out of the tail of the cat mare, Bonita Cat. Jamie Grubbs trains for Tim Geraci and Doug Collier. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Acousticat out to the maiden fillies ranks. The 9-7 exacta paid $16.60. 50-cent trifecta, $29.45. 1-9 double, $28.60. 1-4 consolation double, $6.60. That same consolation payout, $6.60 for the 112 consolation double. 10-cent superfecta paid $20.49. Argentinidad ran 4th in the maiden. Once again, there were late scratches on the 4 and the 12 for those consolation doubles, both $6.60. 50-cent pick 3 pays out on 6-1 all. 6th race was a late transfer to the main track. Became an all leg in the pick 3, paying $8.10. 10-cent pentafecta paid $165.60. Night Birdie ran 5th. And once again, this was also an all leg, and that all turf pick 3, that'll pay on 6 all. And as we noted, those in the 50-cent late pick 5, this in the 8th, all legs in the late pick 5 wager. Race 7, the maiden mile. It was Carter for the main track. Scratch 4, Dottie's Blue Money. Scratch the 4, 3 Coyote Justice, Joe Ramos. Rides 3 Coyote Justice, Wave the Bug, 120. Joe Ramos on the 3, Coyote Justice. Number 7, El Aracadas. Jan Hernandez rides the 7, El Aracadas. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta, double, and final pick 3 of the day and of the week. Post time, 5:38. Then we're off. Jailhouse Religion broke sharp. There's an early bid by Silent Secretary as Forever Hopeful drifts back to last year as they make their way into the first turn. It's Jailhouse Religion. Jailhouse Religion, right there is Silent Secretary with Fall in Love in the green cap, and Night Birdie is out there on the wing as they go to the back of the track. Then toward the inside is Lori Still Curlin running in 5th at the 6.5. And then comes Argentinidad with on the outside that first time starter Anunaki, and sluggish in the early going. Forever Hopeful trails the maiden fillies and mares that go up the back. The quarter 24.49 seconds. Silent Secretary has locked horns with Jailhouse Religion. They're vying for the early lead, making this run toward the half-mile pole right together with Night Birdie in the white cap right there tracking 3rd. Fall in Love is itching to challenge, looking for a gap there for Sammy Bermudez. Fall in Love near the inside parts of the track. Then comes Acousticat with Lori Still Curlin racing 5 lengths off these leaders. Nunaki with Argentinidad, and Forever Hopeful remains the distant. Half mile, a few ticks over 49. 3 furlongs away. It's Jailhouse Religion, who remains the pilot for Joe Ramos. Jailhouse Religion in front, 3/4 length to Night Birdie as Acousticat is gearing up. Here's Acousticat, who's warming up to the task for Oscar Villarreal. Fall in Love is right there in range. Then Lori Still Curlin on the far outside as they straighten away, and Silent Secretary has dropped right away through the field. 3/4, 114.52. It's Acousticat who's taking the lead at the 8th pole. To the inside is Jailhouse Religion, who responds, but Acousticat just has the upper hand. Charging his Fall in Love, Night Birdie, Argentinidad, and Lori Still Curlin. They're near home. It's Acousticat and Fall in Love. It's going to be close. It's Acousticat holding on from Fall in Love. Jailhouse Religion was 3rd, then Argentinidad, Night Birdie. They're in the
9 minutes to race 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Had to change. It got a little chilly out here. The 4 is scratched out of here, and Ramos is on the 3. Joe Ramos on the 3. The 7, El Racates. Hernandez is aboard. So I'm going to go with the inside horses. I'm going 1, 2, 3 in this maiden special weight. These are Indiana sired, a mile on the grass, on the dirt. 1 My Lunar Charm. This one is 9 to 5 on the tote board. Alberto Burgess is aboard here for Steve Fostick. Alberto looking for a double on the card after winning race 2. This one showed some speed in the last couple at the distance. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride though. 2 to 1 with Gutierrez aboard on September 2nd. September 30th, beaten less than a length. Third place finisher in there. Coyote Justice is back in. Definitely interesting as the beaten favorite last time. Hopefully not a horse that hangs and doesn't like to win, but it's early in the career, so I have faith. We're switching to Alberto here today. Just a really nice option on the inside going long. Then I'm going to go to the 2, who is 4 to 1, Tainted Justice. A 2-year-old gelding by Harry's Holiday. 2 starts under his belt and 2/3, so has done really nothing wrong. Look how far back this guy goes. He's drawn the inside again. His last race was in the 1. Now he's in the 2 hole at 5.5. This is the first time he's ever moved up in distance. Both of those races were 5.5. So this one's a little bit of a question mark for me. He's going 2 turns for the first time, but he looked good in those 2 third-place finishes. He even stumbled in his debut. He was kind of got in trouble a little bit in that September 16th, not the best trip, but he overcame it, I think. Really was 4th by 2.5 lengths, and it looked really good coming into that final stretch, but ended up 3rd by 5. And then I'm going to go with the 3, Coyote Justice. Joe Ramos is aboard here for Kenya Hernandez. This is another gelding by Harry's Holiday. So we got half sibs right here, 2 and 3. Finished 3rd last time out by 3 1/4. You know, getting Joe Ramos up today, I think, is a big plus for this guy. He did run on debut at a mile, and honestly, after an awkward start, still looked pretty good doing it in a field of 10. You know, in here today, he's getting a shorter field. He's got a scratch to the outside. Campos Family Ventures getting into the thoroughbreds here. I like to see that. This horse can only improve. I think that he's got a pretty good shot here today. So Coyote Justice for me to round out my try. 1, 2, 3 for me. I'm going My Lunar Charm in here. We're 5 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. Maiden mile here. A field of 8 two-year-olds run. Scratch the 4, Donnie's Blue Money. Scratch the 4. Number 3, Coyote Justice, the jockey Joe Ramos. Wave the apprentice allowance. 120 corrected weight. There's Joe Ramos on 3. Coyote Justice now parading. 7, El Aracadas, Jan Hernandez. Rides twice started. 7, El Aracadas here in the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta. Double final pick 3 of the day. Fast track the rest of the way. Nearing post time. Please note here in the 7th race, late program correction. Program correction 9, Eyes on Andy. War blinkers here on debut and well raced with blinkers here in the maiden. That's the 9, Eyes on Andy. Blinkered here when on debut. Blinkers today on Eyes on Andy. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading My Lunar Charm, Alberto Burgos on the Thursday scoreboard. First in for the mile, even money favorite My Lunar Charm. Mitchell Murrell, Sly Guy. Sly Guy joins My Lunar Charm. Andres Aloa with Tainted Justice. Jan Hernandez with El Aracadas coming up. Joe Ramos with Coyote Justice. It's Eva Money, My Lunar Charm, 5-2 Coyote Justice, 7-2 Tainted Justice. And double digits bar those. Jose Gutierrez with Reaching Out. Just a couple back for the mile. Simmer Bimenez with Here's Rafiki making his debut. One more, 22-1. Joseph Trejos with Eyes on Andy was blinkered last time out here. Blinkers on today for the mile. Eva Money, My Lunar Charm. They're in the gate. They're off. And Coyote Justice broke sharp. Here comes an early bid by, on the outside, El Aracadas with Reaching Out and Eyes on Andy. And the black cap is wide as they round the first turn. It's Coyote Justice and El Aracadas. And they're together at the 6.5, while two clear from Reaching Out, who's just in third from wide Eyes on Andy. Then comes a Sly Guy with toward the inside Tainted Justice, who's looking for a spot to come through now. Tainted Justice up the near side. That quartet being followed by the first-time starter. Here's Rafiki and My Lunar Charm. The odds-on 4-5 favorite has dropped back to last. The first two of 8 furlongs in 24.30 seconds. El Aracadas has been matching strides here with Coyote Justice toward the rail. They remain together going past the half-mile pole where Coyote Justice just leads them now for Joe Ramos. The outside is Sly Guy running in third. Tainted Justice fourth. With on the outside, Reaching Out, running fifth here in the mile. Then on the outside, Sly Guy. The trailers, here's Rafiki and My Lunar Charm trying to pass them all. Half mile, 48.65. Coyote Justice going for the quarter pole with a 5-length lead on Tainted Justice, who takes up the pursuit. Coyote Justice at this point well clear as these maiden 2-year-olds level up. Then Sly Guy on the far outside. My Lunar Charm continues to gain. My Lunar Charm is switched out by Coyote Justice with an 8-length edge. 3/4, 1 minute 14.34 seconds with Joe Ramos. Coyote Justice remains well ahead of My Lunar Charm, is disputing second with Tainted Justice. Coyote Justice coming down toward the finish, and then Reaching Out between horses with Sly Guy. It's Coyote Justice. At second asking, Coyote Justice won by 5 from Tainted Justice. Justice in the maiden. My Lunar Charm was third, and then Eyes on Andy and Reaching Out. .142.36 after the maiden juvenile mile. 3-2-1 photo fourth. 3 Coyote Justice. 5-2 first. 2 Tainted Justice. 4-1 on the runner-up. 1 My Lunar Charm at 4-5. The favorite from last into third. 142.36. The judges have called for a photo for fourth. 9 Eyes on Andy. 27-1 on the slow-mo just over the 8 Reaching Out at 47-1 for the Pentafecta. 3-2-1-9-8. Black blinkers on Eyes on Andy. Over Reaching Out for fourth and fifth. Sly Guy was next home after the maiden juvenile mile. We trail back to El Aracadas. And here's Rafiki. Coyote Justice, Joe Ramos. 81st win here this season. Here for trainer Kenya Hernandez and Campos Family Ventures. Son of Harry's Holiday was 5-2, the second choice. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 3, Coyote Justice with Joe Ramos. Coyote Justice is a 2-year-old bay gelding by Harry's Holiday. And the cross country by Divine Park. Congratulations, Kenya Hernandez, with her first career training victory. Well done, Kenya. Here for Campos Family Ventures LLC, adding another thoroughbred victory to their meet in addition to their quarter horse victories. Congratulations to winning trainer Kenya Hernandez, her first career tally. For Campos Family Ventures, Coyote Justice takes out the maiden juvenile mile. Official, after race 7. 3-2 Exacta paid $30.60. The 10-cent Pentafecta, reaching out, was 5th, paid $68.31. 50-cent Pick 3, 1 with a 9 with a 3, $37.05. 50-cent Trifecta, 3, 2, 1, $10.50. 9-3 double, $33.20. The 10-cent Superfecta, $11.40. Eyes on Andy was 4th, reaching out 5th. 142.36. Couple more to go. Race 8. And again, that was one of 2 taken off the turf course during the 4 o'clock hour. The distance for race 8 remains the same, a mile and 1/16. Fast main track. Scratch the 1, Mutaka Teef. That's another late scratch. Take out the 6, Frito. 9, Indocumentado. 10, Moogie Sun. And earlier announced in the day were the also eligibles. 13, Lear. 14, Dial Him Up. 15, Stradivarian. And 16, Stride. So recapping race 8 on the main track now over the mile and 1/16. Scratch 1, 6, 9, 10, 13 through the number 16 all have been scratched. Now rider changes. 2, My Brother Keith. Mitchell Morrill rides. Wave the Bug. 122 corrected weight. 4, Brown Liquor Man. Jan Hernandez. On 4, Brown Liquor Man. 5, Day Tripper. The jockey Oscar Villarreal has a win on the card. Oscar Villarreal will ride number 5, Day Tripper. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. And once again, this is an all-leg in the 50-cent late pick 5. Double in the 9th race. Quarter horse maiden to close out the card. There, scratch 1, Bougie Carver. 5, Cavalry's Coming. And 6, the Magic Dragon Lady. If you're wagering on the final double, fast track 9th race, quarter horse maiden. Scratch 1, 5, and 6. 2, Dr. Cosby, the jockey Jermarius O'Neill will ride number 2, Dr. Crosby. Jermarius O'Neill rides the 2 in the 9th. There's also the 10-cent Grand High 5 featured on the 8th race. Fast track over the mile and 1/16. Post time will be in 17 minutes at 6:09. Race replay of the maiden juvenile mile. It was Coyote Justice, Joe Ramos, giving Kenya Hernandez her first career win. They're off. And Coyote Justice broke sharp. Here comes an early bid by, on the outside, El Aracadas with Reaching Out and Eyes on Andy. And the black cap is wide as they round the first turn. It's Coyote Justice and El Aracadas. And they're together at the 6.5, while 2 clear from Reaching Out, who's just in third from wide Eyes on Andy. Then comes a Sly Guy with toward the inside Tainted Justice, who's looking for a spot to come through now. Tainted Justice up the near side. That quartet being followed by the first-time starter. Here's Rafiki and My Lunar Charm. The odds-on 4-5 favorite has dropped back to last. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 24.30 seconds. El Aracadas has been matching strides here with Coyote Justice toward the rail. They remain together going past the half-mile pole where Coyote Justice just leads them now for Joe Ramos. The outside is Sly Guy running in third. Tainted Justice 4th. with on the outside, reaching out, running fifth here in the mile. Then on the outside, Sly Guy. The trailers, here's Rafiki and My Lunar Charm trying to pass them all. Half mile, 48.65. Coyote Justice going for the quarter pole with a 5-length lead on Tainted Justice, who takes up the pursuit. Coyote Justice at this point well clear as these maiden 2-year-olds level up. Then Sly Guy on the far outside. My Lunar Charm continues to gain. My Lunar Charm is switched out by Coyote Justice with an 8-length edge. 3/4, 1 minute 14.34 seconds with Joe Ramos. Coyote Justice remains well ahead of My Lunar Charm, is disputing second with Tainted Justice. Coyote Justice coming down toward the finish and then reaching out between horses with Sly Guy. It's Coyote Justice. At second desking, Coyote Justice won by 5 from Tainted Justice. Justice in the maiden. My Lunar Charm was third, and then Eyes on Andy and reaching out.
9 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're going to run this on the dirt. It's a claiming for 25. The 1 is out. 2 gets Mitchell Merle. 4 Brown Liquorman Hernandez, and Villarreal is on the 5. The 6 is out. 9, 10, and the AEs were scratched earlier. I'm going to go with the 12 here on top. I had to switch it up. I like the 6, but the 6 came out, so I'm going to do 12, 7, 3 here. The 12 right now is 3-1 on your tote board. Liar's Poker. Genevieve Landano trains this 5-year-old gelding. He's making his 14th lifetime start. He has 4 wins out of those 14. Has a little bit of trouble, but she's had him in Kentucky, Turfway, Churchill, Colonial, tough races. You know, in all these allowances for 80, 40, 80, 50, a lot of just some tough ones. Last time this horse won was on July 30th at Colonial, and won by a neck. Now, we got to go. This horse has never ran here in Indiana. And, you know, it's a little bit of a question mark, but you got to think that this big of a drop is going to help him out. He's never ran on dirt either. So it's all a big question mark. But I love Genevieve Landano. I love Jimmy Graham. See ya Monday. Liar's Poker. I love Jimmy Graham. He rode last time. He's ridden this horse, I think, just that time. Yeah. So he comes in to ride. That's huge for me. It's in for the tag. That's huge for me. And, you know, who knows? He never ran on dirt. He might love it. Let's go to, but normally horses that like turf don't like dirt. It's pretty rare that happens, but I do like the 12 a lot. You know, we could speak to his running style, but honestly, we might see it a little differently here when he gets on turf, but he's put up really nice numbers at the distance, 81, 82. His 85 is when he goes a little bit longer, but definitely like a mile and an eighth he ran some really nice numbers at, but definitely one to include, depending on where you put him. This, you know, this is a change, so we'll do what we have to do here. Elevated Game, 4-1 right now on the tote board. Elevated Game has Louis Contreras aboard for Randy Matthews, 4-year-old gelding, making his 22nd lifetime start. He's been in the money half of those times, 12, including 6 wins, so knows how to make it to the winner's circle. Fits in this class pretty well. It got taken off last time on September 25th on the slop. No go there. He stumbled at the start. That was not his race. Now at this class 2 back on the turf was second, but again, you know, we got to look at some of these dirt tries, and this guy's ran once on dirt and never finished in the money. So right now we're just looking who of the turf horses is gonna run the best on dirt today, and I think the Elevated Game fits in here really well if he can stomach the dirt. He has kind of a tracker, maybe press the pace running style, and yeah, definitely one to put in your picks here today, I think. And then I kind of had to, I'm not going to lie to you guys, I had to make a last minute decision, just like most of you did. No big deal. That's racing, ladies and gentlemen. That's racing. The 3 is 7-2. Tis Wicked Strong. 5-year-old gelding, 23 lifetime starts, 12 in the money finishes. Another guy who's consistent. He is one that has ran on dirt, finished first, second, and third. So quite honestly, for me, it would either be the 12 with the class drop or the 3 I might move up, but I'm a firm believer in never change your picks. I will add a horse if a horse gets scratched, but more often than not, I found that if I completely redo a race, then it ends up going the way that I thought it was going to anyways. This one ran similar versus dirt last time out. It was on the slop, catches a fast track today. Sippy's been hot. 7 of his last 11 have been in the money. I think he had a 1 win yesterday or the day before, so that might be 1 more in there. Gets the Marcelino Pedrosa, so looks really good to me as well. 12-7-3 for me here in the 8th race. We're 4 minutes to post. Horses are heading to the track. Let's send it up to Mr. John G. Dooley. What a day, huh, John?
What a day racing, Rachel. Cheers for your in-depth thoughts and analysis on this off-the-turf 8th race over the mile and a 16th fast track. Here they come. The horses are stepping onto the track now for this 8th race. As noted, it will be run on the main track. Over the mile and a 16th, no change in distance. Surface change, fast main track, a field of 8. Scratch 1, Mutakatif. Take out the 6, Frito. 9, Indocumentado. Scratch 10, Mugi Sun. And scratch the also eligibles. They were scratched earlier in the day. 13, Lear. 14, Dial Him Up. 15, Stradivarian. And 16, Stride. 2, My Brother Keith. Mitchell Murrell rides the 2, My Brother Keith. Wave the bug, 122 there. 4, Brown Liquor Man. Jan Hernandez rides the 4. Here's Brown Liquor Man now in the camera shot. And 5, Day Tripper. Here's Day Tripper, Oscar Villarreal. Already has a win on the card and rides 5, Day Tripper here, the 5-time winner. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. Final double of the day. Fast track, 2 minutes. Late scratch by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Off to the back of the track he goes, the 4 Brown Liquor Man. Now scratched here. All wagers on 4 Brown Liquor Man refunds. There will be a 3 and 4 consolation double. 3-4 consolation double. Noting this 8th race, once taken off the turf, became an all leg in the 50-cent late pick 5 already. 3 and 4 will be a consolation double. Scratch the 4 Brown Liquor Man. Three and 4 will be that consolation double. Those using the 4 and the pick 3 starting in the 6th race. Your pick 3 wager now transfers to the post-time favorite. Again, this an all leg in the 50-cent late pick 5. Approaching the gate, going down to the mile and a 16th main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Mitchell Morrow with My Brother Keith coming up to the gate. Luis Contreras with Elevated Game. The first 2 of 7 have moved into the starting gate here. Sponsored by B&H Electric. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Tiz Wicked Strong joins up. My Romeo Lima will be a double for Joe Ramos. Couple of wins on the card. Fernando de la Cruz with Cuoco went in well. Day Tripper Oscar Villarreal's on the Thursday score sheet, and one more. Liar's Poker stays in. James Graham for Genevieve Londano. Fast Track over the mile and 16th. They're in the gate. And they're off. My Brother Keith alertly away for Mitchell Morrow. Elevated Game. Here come early bids from My Romeo Lima in the white helmet. And Liar's Poker is right up with an early charge into the first turn. It's My Romeo Lima. Liar's Poker is wide, and to the inside is Elevated Game. With 7 furlongs to run, after breaking sharp, My Brother Keith is now 4th upon settling as they go to the back of this fast track where My Romeo Lima is narrowly ahead of Elevated Game. There comes Day Tripper running in 5th with, on the outside, Quokka and Tiz Wicked Strong up the near side. 24.37 lead seconds, and with the rail it's Elevated Game. For Luis Contreras has taken a short lead from My Romeo Lima, and right there is Liar's Poker, who's 3 deep uncovered, but right with these leaders. Making this run toward the half-mile pole where Elevated Game is the overall leader. To the inside, My Brother Keith is running in 4th position from Quokka in 5th, just in advance of Tiz Wicked Strong up 1 spot, and Day Tripper now trails. Half mile, 48.19 seconds. They enter the far turn. My Romeo Lima, Elevated Game is under pressure. James Graham now playing his hand with Liar's Poker, who comes up here to My Romeo Lima as they make their way toward the quarter pole. My Brother Keith 3rd and in range. Tiz Wicked Strong is on the move. Elevated Game is dropped back. Quokka and Day Tripper is last as they straighten away. 3/4 and a few ticks over 113, and it is toward the inside. My Romeo Lima with My Brother Keith, and Liar's Poker looks to battle on between horses. My Brother Keith has forged ahead. Tiz Wicked Strong continues to come with a long run on the outside. With Mitchell Morrow, it's My Brother Keith. My Brother Keith at 11-1, trying to stave off Tiz Wicked Strong, and will. Liar's Poker 3rd. My Romeo Lima was 4th. Well clear. My Brother Keith has won it. 145.47, 2-3. 12-8-11 was fifth to My Brother Keith at 11 to 1 first. 3, 'Tis Wicked Strong, even money. Favorite the runner-up to My Brother Keith. 12, Liar's Poker at 3 to 1 third. Number 8, My Romeo Lima, 9 to 1 fourth. And then there was a gap. Number 11, Quokka, back in fifth. 2, 3, 12, 8, and on the slow-mo, waiting for Quokka. There he is. My Brother Keith, Mitchell Morrow. For Tomas Medina, another winner here this season for Blanca Salazar, the son of Arrogate, was 11 to 1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 2, My Brother Keith, with Mitchell Morrow. My Brother Keith is a 6-year-old big gelding by Arrogate. Out of the Catanus mare, Last Kitten. Thomas Medina trains for Blanca Salazar. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of My Brother Keith. Race 8 official. Was an all leg in that 50-cent late pick 5 today. Consolation double coming up. 2-3 exacta, $52. 50-cent trifecta returns $66.90. My Romeo Lima 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 2-3, 12-8. $34.83. That 50-cent pick 5, $40.10, 3 of 5. The pentafecta rounded out by Quokka, 2-3, 12-8, 11 ran 5th. $57.93. The natural double, 3-2, 118, 16, 3-4. That consolation double, $7.40. The $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba, returned $3,881.70. Pick 3, 9 with the 3 with the 2, paid out $85.50. In that 8th race, the 1-4, 6, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, and 16 were the non-runners. Favorite, second, 7 ran. 145.47. One more. 15 minutes away from a quarter horse maiden dash over the 400 yards. 9th race to close out the card in the race week. No live racing again Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor this Monday. A week from this Saturday, hope you can join us for the huge Indiana Champions Day card. 11 o'clock start a week from this Saturday on the 25th. Indiana Champions Day. Join us here. 9th race, scratch 1, Bougie Carver. 5, Cavalry's coming, and 6, the Magic Dragon Lady. No superfecta, no quarter horse pentafecta with the scratches of the 1, 5, and 6 from the race card. Number 2, Dr. Cosby. The jockey will be Jamarius O'Neill, riding the first-time starter of the 2, Dr. Cosby, facing 4 foes. Exacta, trifecta, post time, 6:35. And they're off. My Brother Keith, alertly away for Mitchell Morrow. Elevated game. Here come early bids from My Romeo Lima in the white helmet. Down Liar's Poker is right up with an early charge into the first turn. It's My Romeo Lima. Liar's Poker is wide, and to the inside is Elevated Game. With 7 furlongs to run, after breaking sharp, My Brother Keith is now fourth upon settling as they go to the back of this fast track where My Romeo Lima is narrowly ahead of Elevated Game. There comes Day Tripper running in 5th with, on the outside, Quokka and Tis Wicked Strong up the near side. 24.37 lead seconds, and with the rail it's Elevated Game. For Luis Contreras has taken a short lead from My Romeo Lima, and right there is Liar's Poker, who's 3 deep uncovered, but right with these leaders, making this run toward the half-mile pole where Elevated Game is the overall leader. Toward the inside, My Brother Keith is running in 4th position from Quokka in 5th, just in advance of Tis Wicked Strong up 1 spot, and Day Tripper now trails. Half mile, 48.19 seconds. They enter the far turn. My Romeo Lima, Elevated Game is under pressure. James Graham now playing his hand with Liar's Poker, who comes up here to My Romeo Lima as they make their way toward the quarter pole. My Brother Keith third and in range. Tis Wicked Strong is on the move. Elevated Game has dropped back. Quokka and Day Tripper is last as they straighten away. 3/4 and a few ticks over 113, and it is toward the inside. My Romeo Lima with My Brother Keith and Liar's Poker looks to battle on between horses. My Brother Keith has forged ahead. Tis Wicked Strong continues to come with a long run on the outside. With Mitchell Morrill, it's My Brother Keith. My Brother Keith at 11-1, trying to stave off Tis Wicked Strong, and will. Liar's Poker third. My Romeo Lima was fourth, well clear. My Brother Keith has won it.
we certainly have had a glorious week at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The weather has been phenomenal, and the racing has been that as well. It's been a lot of fun, and we're going to close out the race week with a $17,000 quarter horse maiden for 3-year-olds and up. A very compact field because we do scratch the 1, 5, and 6. So we've only got 5 runners competing at the distance of 400 yards. And that's very unusual for us, but I expect to be a very, very entertaining race. All right, we're going to go to the paddock. I'm just going to talk about 3 horses because I've got some national news, quarter horse news I want to share following this preview. All right, let's begin with number 7, and that's Six's Flying Bayou. Tony Cunningham trains this horse, who is going to make his 10th career start in our finale. Despite a troubled start in his most recent effort last month, this Louisiana-bred gelding by Freight Train B finished well, and I think is primed for the maiden breaker this evening. Regular pilot Francisco Quintero is aboard. He's had a solid meet, doing really well over, I think, the last 6 weeks or so, at 37% in the money. And of course, Tony standing in a solid 2nd place in our quarter horse standings. We'll move on to number 8, and that's Eos Save a Cowboy. Returns following his Horseshoe Indianapolis debut that occurred on September 30th. This is an Oklahoma-bred gelding sired by the highly successful Grade 1 winner Flying Cowboy 123. Julio Almanza trains, and this horse finished 3rd in that particular race under leading jockey Eduardo Diaz. Oh boy, he's had a terrific meet, mostly for Tim Eggleston, but when Tim's not running, a lot of trainers call upon him, and why wouldn't they? He's young and very, very talented. So he has the return call aboard number 8, Eos Save a Cowboy. And I'll round up my top 3 with number 3, and that's Gigi's Top Secret. One of the more lightly raced entrants in today's field, but this is a filly by Habit Secret, who has really produced a lot of great runners here in Indiana. Had trip woes in her last 2 races. Breeder, owner, and trainer Esquiel Rodriguez is going to give a leg up to Fernando Morin. I think as long as the horse breaks well, this filly gets a better break, she's in contention as well. So 7, 8, 3 for my selections in our finale this evening at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But do want to mention, even though we're not racing again until Tuesday, Saturday is an interesting day in quarter horse racing. It'll be the Bank of America Challenge Championships at the Downs of Albuquerque. And you remember earlier in September, we did regional qualifying races here, and the horses had the opportunity to travel to Albuquerque and race for national honors. Some of them are staying here and racing next weekend at Indiana Champions Day. But we do have 2 horses that I wanted to make sure people know about. Kelly Girl is going to the 125,000 Cox Distaff Challenge, and Kelly Girl is obviously trained by Claudio Barazza, and then Ricardo Martinez has made the decision to send out What a Boy in the 75,000 Adequan Derby for 3-year-olds. So that takes place at the Downs of Albuquerque Saturday evening. I think it's a 6 p.m. Mountain start. You might want to go to aqha.com and you can read all the details and hopefully find out a little bit more on how you can view those races. So we certainly send good luck to our 2 Indiana representatives in the national event, the championship, the Bank of America Challenge, this Saturday at the Downs of Albuquerque. All right, well, that's it for me for this week. Look forward to seeing you Tuesday for more live racing action. Of course, mark those calendars for Saturday, October 25th. This Champions Day is going to be the most exciting and the most rewarding ever. I can't wait to be there, preview all the quarter horse races with my good friend Rachel McLaughlin. We're going to have a ball as usual. So have a great weekend, everybody. Look forward to a big week at Horseshoe Indy coming up beginning on Tuesday.
The marshal of the paddock. Paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. For a final time today, Tuesday post time will be 2:10. The horses call posted now for the 9th race to cap off the card, a quarter horse maiden dash. 400 yards, a field of 5. Scratch 1, Bougie Carver. 5 cavalries coming in the 6th, the Magic Dragon Lady. No superfecta, no quarter horse pentafecta featured here. Scratch 1, 5, and 6. 2, Dr. Crosby, the jockey Jamarius O'Neill. Rides the first time starter, Jamarius O'Neill on the 2, Dr. Crosby. Exacta, trifecta. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Eos Save a Cowboy uses a flipping halter. The meet's leading quarter horse jockey, Eduardo Luna Diaz, with Eos Save a Cowboy. The first of 5 to move into the starting gate here at the 400-yard mark. Jamarius O'Neal with first-time starter Dr. Crosby to join Eos Save a Cowboy. Fernando Morin with Gigi's Top Secret. 2 back. Aaron Hunt with Stolen Treasure. Over the 400 yards, fast track, no wind. Here at Sunset to close out the card, and one more. Francisco Quintero with 6's Flying Bayou. Final one coming up, 6's Flying Bayou, 400 yards fast, no wind. Tuesday post time 2:10 of Indiana Champions Week. Last of the day. They're in the gate. Off in the Thursday finale. The first-time starter, Dr. Crosby, quickly headed by Stolen Treasure with Gigi's Top Secret and a white helmet. Here come those charges from 6's Flying Bayou and Eos Save a Cowboy past the 220. Dr. Crosby on the outside, Eos Save a Cowboy coming forward with 6's Flying Bayou. Eos Save a Cowboy and 6's Flying Bayou. Eos Save a Cowboy on the wire, joined by Gigi's Top Secret with Flying 6's Bayou and Dr. Crosby. Photo finish, solo ticket. Number 8, Eos Save a Cowboy. 3-5 final favorite takes out the maiden. Over the 7-6's Flying Bayou was second, 20.630 seconds. Number 2, Dr. Crosby was third, and 3, Gigi's Top Secret fourth. Stolen Treasure was fifth, 8-7. 2, Dr. Crosby was third. Gigi's Top Secret and Stolen Treasure, there was no superfecta, no quarter horse pentafecta featured. 8-7, 2-3-4. Result official. The 8-7 exacta paid $4.80, 50-cent trifecta 8-7-2, $9.15, 2-8 double 78.60. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by EOS Save a Cowboy. Pick 3 paid $50.40. Refunds of those superfecta and quarter horse pentafecta wagers. None were featured here on the maiden. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 8 EOS Save a Cowboy with the quarter horse meat leader, Eduardo Luna Diaz. EOS Save a Cowboy is a 4-year-old Sorrel gelding by Flying Cowboy 1-2-3. Julio Almanza trains for Gilberto Gamez Diaz. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of EOS Save a Cowboy. Giddies up out of the maiden ranks in 20.630 seconds. Fast no win. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. No live racing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor this upcoming Monday. Next live race card will be on Tuesday of Indiana Champions Week. Post time on Tuesday will be at 2:10. A week from this Saturday. Hope you can join us on the 25th for Indiana Champions Day. A week from this Saturday, post time on Champions Day will be at 11 a.m., Tuesday post at 2:10. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today and this week from the broadcast booth, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off on the Thursday finale. The first-time starter, Dr. Crosby, quickly headed by Stolen Treasure with Gigi's Top Secret in a white helmet. Here come those charges from Sixes Flying Bayou and EOS Save a Cowboy past the 220. Dr. Crosby on the outside, EOS Save a Cowboy coming forward with Sixes Flying Bayou. EOS Save a Cowboy and Sixes Flying Bayou. EOS Save a Cowboy on the wire, joined by Gigi's Top